Uh,
We are live.
all right. Yeah. Uh, Um, Morning, everybody out there watching. I got this bum shoulder. Um, Mark, there's some articles you sent me, but I was wondering if you want me to start with talking about weed first. Oh my
Uh,
goodness. Say that again.
I did not say anything. I just kind of vocalized with a an undertone of uncertainty. Um, I'm not
Um,
sure. There's been a couple of weed articles. Um, so
um,
I've got one here that actually just came up.
Go ahead.
We just saw. Um, took me by surprise. I have not read beyond the headline here, so anybody listening, watching, um, I've not fact checked anything about this, so it could be just BS. But uh, the headline says TSA allows medical marijuana through airport security, but Florida laws still apply. Um, Passengers at Orlando International Airport say many travelers are still confused about what is allowed. Yeah. Or even why it's allowed. Maybe it's part of the rescheduling, you think? The recent federal rescheduling?
Could
Um,
be.
yeah, I don't know. We should just read and find out, I guess, right? Um,
Yeah, I'm ready.
Passengers traveling through OIA are reacting to a TSA policy that allows travelers to carry medical marijuana through airport security checkpoints under certain circumstances. The policy marks a shift from long-standing federal restrictions that previously banned marijuana in airport security lines. However, authorities stress that state and local laws still apply. Many travelers News 6 spoke with at Orlando International Airport said they were unaware of the policy change. I was just now hearing about it, one passenger said. I'm so glad they are because so many people actually need their medicine. Another traveler called the policy, quote, great, adding, everybody deserves to have their medicine with them no matter what it is. Back in April, the Trump administration moved to reclassify medical marijuana to reclassify marijuana from a Schedule 1 drug to a less restrictive Schedule 3 drug after dozens of states, including Florida, approved medical marijuana programs. Despite the change, some passengers said confusion remains over what is actually allowed. I was not aware, quote, I was not aware, one traveler said. Another passenger added, no one is talking about it yet. The TSA says its officers are not specifically searching for marijuana or other illegal drugs. Instead, agents are focused on identifying security threats to passengers and aircraft. Quote, they should be able to focus on that more, one passenger said in support of the policy. It remains unclear how TSA officers would verify whether a traveler has a valid medical marijuana license. The Orlando Police Department told News 6 that if officers are called to a security checkpoint, they will, quote, evaluate the circumstances and enforce applicable laws accordingly. Under the City of Orlando law, people without a medical marijuana license can face a $100 fine for possessing less than 20 grams of marijuana. Um, quote, I think marijuana in general in Florida is a gray area. One passenger said, some people don't care, some people do. The TSA says travelers should remember that local and state laws still apply, including in Florida, where medical marijuana or where marijuana possession is only legal for licensed marijuana patients. So, yeah,
Do you guys have recreational in Florida or
no,
just medical? Just
only
medical?
only medical, yeah. But the medical standards are so lax that the cannabis doctor appointments are basically like a rubber stamp. They're going to find a reason to approve you, and the whole system is all so integrated that as soon as they do approve you and enter it into the state database, um, and you pay the fee. I mean, you pay the doctor and then pay the state their fee, um, and walk out of the office, and your driver's license can be used for a makeshift temporary medical marijuana card. So it's like immediate. You can go and start buying it as
Just
soon as you,
go straight to the dispensary.
yeah, go straight to in some cases, they even have a doctor like temporarily um, in the like little um, not in the
Next door.
dispensary itself, but like right next door in the shopping plaza. There we go. So yeah, just in one door, then out and in next door, and yeah. But yeah, I feel like it's basically like a pay to play recreational state. You know, if you as long as you pay your dues to the government, right, and then pay all the taxes on top of that. I don't know how much it's taxed. But yeah, it's it's not that difficult. Um, so yeah, just say you have anxiety, tell the doctor you have insomnia.
My
Um,
back hurts.
yeah, fibromyalgia. Um, yeah, there is no affirmative test to prove fibromyalgia, so they can't disprove, right? And then just say you're in a lot of pain. Um,
Yeah.
there's better conditions too, you know. But yeah, it's it's
Um,
ridiculous. It should be just recreationally legal here. But like that article said, there is a pretty um, well-established divide also. It's a majority in favor, but it's just short of a supermajority required to, you know, um, directly vote in an amendment. Um, so that failed at the last election cycle. We almost voted it in on our own. Bypassed yeah, that close. Bypassed DeSantis. Oh, because he veto anything that isn't lining the pockets of the cannabis cartel. Mm. There's only,
and that's the
I
guy
think
that
there's only um, five providers, five licenses that are approved to grow and sell in the state. So it's basically like a cannabis oligarchy here. Um, it's just not cool, man. Let people grow their own.
um there's vending machines that I heard about that were popping up. Uh, at first I heard about them for seniors. Someone said that they were doing it at a senior home or something.
Hmm.
Uh, but I looked it up, and it's not just at it's not just at places where they have seniors. Um, there's an article here where they're popping up around California. It says Green Stop launches its cannabis vending machine in California dispensaries. Huh. Cannabis is now available from vending machines in select California dispensaries made by California based Green Stop. The self serve kiosk can simultaneously serve four customers while conforming to local regulations, and they couldn't come at a better time. Cannabis is considered an essential business in California, and the system provides dispensaries with a solution to keep customers and sales associates safe. Plus, as an introvert myself, sometimes I'm not in the mood to talk to the bud tender and I want to get in and get out with my weed. The transaction can happen in seconds. GreenStop's executives tell TechCrunch. GreenStop calls it the smart dispensary and these kiosks as wait thinks of these kiosks as the self-serve checkout lane at a grocery store. In this case, a clerk or a bud tender oversees the operation by granting access after checking IDs and assisting customers when needed. Um, by having this clerk as part of the process, dispensaries conform to regulations and can employ these kiosks as part of their operation. GreenStop was founded and bootstrapped by Timothy Island and James Edwards in 2015. They launched their prototype in 2018, and now in September of 2020, the company has launched its product. In 2020, the company launched its product. It employs 10 people and is looking to raise $5 million to expand the company first in Los Angeles, then throughout California, and finally expanding nationwide. The smart dispensary units are located in two locations at launch: Marina Caregivers in Marina Del Rey, California, and Healing Touch in Encino, California. Because each kiosk serves four people, adding one kiosk to a small dispensary can increase sales capacity without hiring a new bud tender. Initially, the Green Stop machine, the Green Stop machines were designed with just speed in mind. Get in and get out with weed as fast as a person could buy a six pack. Co CEO Timothy Island tells TechCrunch after tells that after developing the machine, the company discovers other benefits. With the self-service experience, it feels like you're in the driver's seat when you're shopping. The Green Stop machine features a fully interactive display, allowing the dispensary to upload its entire menu with rich media. Consumers can take their time and read information about strains and types of cannabis. And for the first time, this information is available at a dispensary without talking to someone.
Real quick,
Second,
real quick. Something I think is ironic about this. They were talking about how it's designed purely with speed in mind, and they can get in and get out and whatnot. And now they're having a sales point is that customers can take their time and read in detail at length. It's just a sales pitch. Come on.
these
Like,
machines are expensive. They
they
have
they're
prices up here.
they're gonna be, yeah, they want to be all things to all people. You know, the introverts and don't need to interact with any bud tenders, but they still have to have a bud tender anyway, so you don't completely get around that. Like, how is that any different from just placing an order online before you go to the dispensary if you want to go and peruse in detail and read whatever information, and then you just go and show your ID like you would normally anyway at a normal dispensary experience, and they just go and grab what they put together for you, and bing, bang, boom, in and out.
It looks interesting. Um,
Yeah,
You
a
still have to
solution
interact with
to
someone to show them your ID.
it's a solution to a
well,
problem that they're imagining, not really.
I mean, you give your ID at the door for every dispensary. So I mean, I get what you're
Uh-huh.
saying, but
Yeah.
yeah, if I can
Mm,
not talk to a person and just show my ID and walk in and touch this machine, that's dope. Uh,
yeah,
it
I guess.
yeah,
But eliminating yet more minimum wage jobs,
yes,
which is, bemoaned as a bad thing in a lot of uh, uh, areas of the country, and yet is being
yeah, actually making more jobs.
actively pushed and developed in, you know, uh, uh, I don't know.
Um,
But in order to stay competitive, you kind of have to. You'd be foolish not to, right? Would you really, though? Do dispensaries compete with each other based on those variables of the overall purchasing experience? Or, are they grasping onto the wrong things to optimize in this whole system, you know?
yeah,
Um,
yeah, I get what you're
okay.
saying.
Yeah.
Um, I finished reading the article. Uh, says second, the kiosk provides contact-free shopping experience. The company fitted temporary plexiglass shields to help increase social distancing during the pandemic. Co-CEOs Island and Edwards say in the future the company expects to launch a mobile app allowing customers to research and pre-purchase orders from a mobile device. Currently, GreenStop is co-branding the machine alongside with dispensaries. By featuring both brands, consumers gain confidence in its legitimacy, while GreenStop gains increased brand awareness. The company expects to grow first in Los Angeles and the surrounding area. Eventually, they hope to be in dispensaries throughout California and nationwide. The co CEOs explained that because the company is not operating as a dispensary, but rather as the maker of a retail product, it can move more quickly into other states. Co CEO James Edwards says their product is gaining increased attention due to the COVID-19. A lot of people see the need to not have to talk to a bud tender because nationwide you have to talk to a bud tender to buy cannabis. He's right. In some dispensaries, this causes large lines and space is a premium with social distancing restrictions. COVID-19 presenting GreenStop with a unique opportunity. Cannabis is booming and was booming during the pandemic. Social distancing is becoming the social requirement, and GreenStop's product is built and ready to be deployed. Yeah, it's ready to be deployed, they're saying. I guess it could be cool for, yeah, like just walking in for the people who don't want to talk to anybody. Uh, and I enjoy social distancing, especially when people are all trying to shake hands and give you a story and tell you about it. I always tell them I don't care how many the percentages are. I don't care about any of that. I just need some weed.
Well, I don't know. I don't know about that. Like the terpene profile can actually be important. That is something that is once you start figuring out which sort of terpenes actually kind of coincide with which sort of effects that you like, because you've experienced recently the like having a sativa uh, uh, strain um, recently, before some of these podcast days in the past, the Zoom meetings and stuff. It's helps you stay awake and stuff, whereas the indicas that you gotten in the past would just knock you out if you had that much, right? So it'd be interesting to look at the terpene profile of those sativa strains that you are finding to be helpful in that way and see if you get a different sativa strain that is similarly helpful, see if that has terpenes that kind of line up with that. And if that's the case, then you've got something to look for that's more reliable than just the whole indica sativa paradigm, which is just complete bullshit at this point. Everything's a hybrid. Everything's all been crossed with something else at some point in its lineage.
Yeah.
Because they don't the the indicas have such a long flowering season um, compared to sativas that they try to cross sativa genetics in there to reduce the grow period so that they can get indicas to flower more time, more harvests in a given year. Um, but still want to keep the sedating aspects of it, so they, try. It's a whole thing, a whole process. And then there's some that there's a cannabis species in the wild that automatically flowers when it gets to a certain age, a certain maturity level, as opposed to, um, in the past, they've had to do all kinds of trickery with the lighting phases to um, kind of fool the plants into thinking, oh, it's gotten late in the season, it's time to start blooming and producing seeds for next year and stuff. So you shorten the amount of hours of sunlight that it gets in a day, and that starts to trigger that pathway. But if you get some of that autoflower genetics in there, that can take care of all of that for you and vastly simplify the process. Um, but you need to be careful because those that wild strain that does the autoflower, it doesn't produce as much THC, so it's not as potent as the indica sativa heavy, especially the heavily bred selected strains that already have that high strength. So um, yeah, there's a lot that goes in there. Um, so it's all a mess at this point. Indica, sativa, hybrid. It's just kind of a general descriptor for, is it going to be knocking you out, couch locking you, or not, or just kind of halfway in between, really, just broadly speaking. Um, so that's the end of my cannabis rant at this point.
Um,
The breeding is it's interesting. It'd be fun to
yeah.
get into, but it's a big no-no in the state of Florida.
Um, and here in California. Um, oh wow, I'm getting this eye twitching. I'm not sure if this is a seizure, but this is happening today and yesterday, and it's weird. Um,
Like the eyelid.
yeah, my eyelid's twitching. The upper eyelid, only on the left side. Um, to everybody out there watching, my eyelid
Keep
is
an eye.
twitching.
Yeah, keep an eye on Pookie.
Let me know if you see it doing more than twitching. Wait, I don't know if there's other things I can do besides switch. But
No,
yeah,
you can do a lot of things other than twitch your eyelid. You are a very capable human being.
oh, okay, yeah, my eye does anything other than twitch. I want to call somebody. Uh, but yeah, check out these vending machines.
But
They're
that
very
is
expensive.
yeah.
Like, oh, there's one for 2,500. So yeah, that's cool.
I mean, when you say very expensive, I am not thinking 2,500. That is like,
10,000, eight
uh,
thousand, 4,000, 7,000.
I mean, yeah, for equipment like that, really, that's not that expensive,
Yeah,
especially when it's something like that in an industry where the profit margins are so high. Um,
I
compared
haven't
to,
run into
the
one
cost
yet.
of producing the product, the whole supply chain, everybody wants a slice of that pie. So it's not like at the retailer's level, they're raking in that much cash and have massive profit margins there. But, it's a matter of time to pay off on that investment and, a few $1,000s in a retail um, business is not a very big expense. Um, just
Mm.
but it's
I
like
just wish I could go to a dispensary.
yeah,
They don't have them out there?
It's illegal here,
Oh yeah, I forgot about
completely.
that. Totally forgot
yeah.
about that.
The
Is there
Democrats keep putting forth bills trying to get laws passed for at least medical and recreational, but they keep getting shot down in the legislature. So
I gotta stop including the recreational with it. Just get
they're
medical,
doing
but
it separate.
Mm.
they gotta
They'll put one forward for medical and they'll put one forward for
they gotta
recreational.
not do them at the same time though. Even if they're separate, don't do it. Just go for medical and name it something like the Compassionate Care Act.
You would think so, but
That's what it was called here
apparently
in Florida. Compassionate care use. And in the beginning, at the very, very beginning, it was only um, only cancer and epilepsy were permitted qualifying conditions. And then over the time, that's when, we slowly built up the actual rights that we have now. And that's probably part of why a lot of these aspects are still so restrictive, 10 milligram dosage increments for things like we were discussing last night. Like, why? Um, um,
I
yeah,
think the
but
thing that makes me so mad is that the general public overall is in favor of legalization here, yet it still can't pass.
does it get vetoed at the governor level?
No, the governor's on board. It's everyone else.
Mm.
So the legislature can't even, okay, okay. There's not enough Democrats to get it to the governor. Okay.
Pretty
Uh,
much.
yeah. This is why I feel like the political party system is just a major impediment to everything. It's become too polarized these days. There
Very.
used to be like
Yes.
cross party compromises in the name of like actual reasonable
I wish they
progress.
just
You
poll
know,
the state and actually ask the people that live here, what do you want to do? And see
that
what
would be,
happens then.
yeah. Is there, I mean, can uh, can the populace vote in a constitutional amendment directly
I don't know.
bypass the entire legislature? Because that's what we tried here in Florida, and it just narrowly missed. But I mean, we need a super majority, like 60% vote in favor, and we were just a little bit shy, like a couple points shy of that. But if we get a super majority, then it doesn't need to go through the state or the Senate, and it doesn't even matter if the governor is on board or not. It's a constitutional right in the state at that point. So if you can get enough of a like a groundswell on like is there I mean, I know it's hard with like all of these things to get a good idea of, with polls of what it's like, but does it seem like polls would show that that's
I
the
believe they've
majority is that
actually,
large?
I think that they have done polls and the majority of the state is on board with at least medical, maybe not recreational, but with at least medical. But
But like a super majority, is it that firm? Like,
I want to
or
say it was like 60%,
yeah,
but I'm not positive.
yeah. I mean, common sense would just say, yeah.
Well, and
But
it's not like it's not here because every single state surrounding us has at least medical, if not medical and recreational. It's still coming in.
are there um are there uh reservations that have passed it? Because when I was living in South Dakota, the first dispensaries that were opened in the state were um,
On reservation
entirely,
land.
yeah, they were entirely owned and operated by indigenous um, tribal um,
Yeah,
organizations, and good on them, rake in that white man money, right?
yeah.
Just common sense, right? On their part, who cares about the politics? We need to just do this. So if that's something, um,
Oh, it looks like we can't do the public vote. We do not allow voter-initiated ballot measures for state statutes. All marijuana policy changes must go through the state legislature, which has consistently blocked reform efforts.
statutes, but what about amendments? That's
I don't
yeah,
know.
'cause yeah, those are two different things. I wonder, let me
But we
see.
can have hemp-derived products. We can
Okay.
have the not as good shit, but we can't
Well,
have the good shit.
Um,
I mean, not as
there,
good is better than not at all,
right.
That's
right?
There's
true.
some,
Is
you guys
it
can
has
get the seeds and stems.
We can
Hey,
have
got the
CBD.
seeds. Oh.
We can get CBD, certain Delta 8 products containing less than 0.3% of Delta 9 THC.
That
Point
sucks.
0.3. Yeah, 0.3% THC.
What about THCA?
I don't know. It doesn't say that. It just says Delta 8.
Yeah, because that would be the
So
loophole there to look for.
my
Yeah,
thing is,
don't decarboxylate it beforehand,
my thing is,
and
how
then
do
you
they
can
know?
just sprinkle it
Like,
into and then cook with it, right?
That's
That's
what
what
I always wonder too, Pookie, is like, how do they know what's what? Is there a way to test it? Like, can they do a field test?
they got to
that's
smoke
what I'm
some
thinking.
themselves and see.
Either you're gonna take me to jail ahead
Oh,
of
oh
time and
yeah,
just
you got the good stuff
be
here.
tested.
Put your arms behind your back. You're going to jail.
Here, hold this for me while I put this guy in cuffs.
Yeah, that's like
Yeah,
I
or hand
just
it
thought
to
of
the
that.
person. Here, hold this with your hands behind your back while I cuff you, and then give it back to me.
Right.
Yeah, because either you're gonna have to take someone to jail and then test it and figure it out. Because like you said, there's no field test tools that we know of yet. Uh,
Yeah, and the flour from that looks just exactly like any other flour.
Nice.
Because it is.
Yeah, it's just
It is.
like
I mean,
there's no way
it's
to
the same
tell.
thing. You just don't call it. You just call it hemp
Yeah.
instead, and say, oh, it's THCA on those buds, not THC. It,
That's interesting. If you get pulled over, you can just be like, "No, it's THCA. It's all right." Yeah, and they're gonna be like, "You're coming with us." How do they test for that? Like once the cops have it, uh, yeah, that's interesting because either I'm gonna have to go to court and you're gonna have to bring it and go through all the hassle of testing it and all that, or you're just gonna let me go. Because is it that big of a deal over there? Where you guys go to jail for getting arrested with weed? Is that unheard
And
of over there?
simple possession of any amount remains a crime. A first or second offense is a Class A misdemeanor, punishable by up to a year in jail and a $2,500 fine. A third offense escalates to a felony.
Mm.
This is all Google AI info, but sounds about right. I don't think that they really care unless they get you for an amount that is like distribution.
yeah, it's not worth the cost of running due process unless they can put it in a headline and make the like district attorney some kudos points for their
Their
next
big drug
like
bust.
their next election cycle. You know, look at what we took off the streets. Imagine if it was laced with fentanyl and passed out to your children in front of local libraries.
Right.
We
I,
saved
I
you from that.
I heard someone say that, and I was like, they're not lacing weed with fentanyl, and
Yeah, yeah.
why?
My father was saying that he was like he's attends the Rotary Club here, and the Rotary Club had the local police chief come and speak, and he was talking about like fentanyl like lacing in cannabis. I'm like, that is not happening, Dad. That is not happening. That is fear mongering on the part of law enforcement. Like, no, there's no. It, no. But I mean, how can I change his mind when the authority, law
Right.
enforcement,
That was the police chief. He said it,
right?
so it's got to be
Yeah,
true.
he's
Because,
actually seen it, and I
because,
am just a shut-in, basically, or
but
whatever.
the
What do I
cops
know?
told him that, and cops never lie.
Right. Well, why
Right.
would he need to lie? Why would he lie about something like that?
I could hear my grandma or aunt say that. Why would he lie about that? He's the police.
I know, right? That's
Well, how
well,
are they benefiting lying? They would just have so many excuses. Um, yeah,
because they scare taxpayers like you into funding the police office that much more,
That's why
giving
they should
their
legalize it
drug.
because then it would help pay for it.
Yeah, that's my
yeah,
point. That's every time, anytime this stuff comes up with him, I tell him, yeah, look back at the bootleggers and during Prohibition era and how terrible all of that was, how much violent organized crime erupted around the sale of alcohol, and how it all just disappeared, basically. Well, not all disappeared, but how a lot of it, just went away with largely subsided. How about that?
um,
Um, when it was uh, legalized again, when people could do it and sell it in legal manner because they're gonna use it whether it's legal or not. So you can't change that with the law. Um,
right.
So yeah, if anything, monetize it, tax it, right? Tax
Right. Make some
revenue,
money.
tax revenue, right? Yeah, that's
If they had some income
fund
from the weed,
something,
then they might
fund
be able to
something
balance
good.
the budget.
Yeah, tax revenue on weed sales and go after the actual fentanyl on the street with that or something. I don't know.
Right,
Make that the sales pitch. That might actually get some of them. Um,
right. Um, yeah, out here, they're the taxes. I don't know where the taxes are going out here, but they're taxing our weed uh, a decent amount. There's delivery tax. Oh well, depending on where you're going, getting it delivered to. Uh, Sales
That still
tax,
blows my
food
mind.
tax. Um, they're usually not much because usually when I get a few carts, let's say carts are $18 a piece, they'll eventually come out to like 20, 21. Not that much tax, like $2 for one. Uh, but yeah, taxes can be a lot for those people who are spending a lot. Uh, yeah, I was in there and I was like asking the lady like how much people spend, and she was like, "There's people who come in here and they spend thousands," and I was like, "A day?" And she's like, "Yeah, they come in here and they spend thousands, and their store credit is like crazy amounts." Uh,
Wait, thousands every day or
Not
thousands
every day,
in a
but
day and then because yeah, because I don't want
no, it just
like
means like the
I can't
days that they do come in, that's what they're
inconvenience
spending a
people
lot.
like every few days, every week or whatever to go. When I was still able to drive, I would, watch all the sales daily and just hop over when there was something really good. But now, without that, um, yeah, I go like once a month, sometimes every 6 weeks. So yeah, it can get pricey when you have to bunch it all up together in one lump purchase and stuff. But um, it's yeah,
I go and I
never
get three
thousands.
carts.
So that's like half a year's worth of purchases, you know.
Um,
They're probably like sticking it right in the mail and sending it to Kansas or something.
Maybe
um,
so.
they actually have that. They have a company. Uh, Yeah, they have companies that ship everywhere and get by stuff like that, allegedly. Yeah,
Not anything good.
So
mm, not what I heard. Allegedly. Um, but yeah, yeah, gotta talk about that another time. Um, but yeah, like I was saying, the dispensary I went to, I was talking to her about my store credit, and she was telling me about people coming there and spending thousands, not each day, spending thousands when they do come and they earn a lot of store credit, and people are having hundreds of dollars in store credit. And I was just like, damn, I would use that. But
yeah, well, the problem, at least here, I've got hundreds in store credit because of these big purchases intermittently and they stack up. But they don't stack with the sales in the same way. They apply the store credit to everything before they apply the sales. So it's not like, if I take advantage of all these like 50% off, 60% off, buy one, get one, whatever. Um, I can't,
You don't really save
go
that
and
much.
then, right. So if all of that comes out to like, let's say 300 or something, I can't then apply $150 store credit to that and then walk out only paying 150 to them. They do some weird, crazy, like order of operations violations that yeah end up working out to like my $150 of store credit that I earned only gives me like a $40 discount at the end of the day. So I'm like, why bother with that? It just, you know, I don't know. I need to use all of that on a day when I really need something that's just absolutely not on sale. Some of these, maybe actually, that might be a good. These tincture bottles don't go on sale all the time very often, so that would be um a good thing because the little RSO syringes, um those kind of, you know, sale every once in a while with other concentrates, and the vape cartridges, you know, those like flour, there's always something of those, some option on sale. But I really dislike the way that they rotate those sales also. They do them for like 2 days at a time or something. And if you don't take advantage of that sale right then and there, then you might not. They're playing off that gambler's addict's mindset of, you know, FOMO and stuff, which is particularly insidious when they think about the gambling and addiction. And as much as we don't like saying cannabis being addictive, there is correlation with substance use disorder, cannabis use disorder. It can get psychologically addicting, which is, you know, so can gambling, right? So there's a whole subset of that customer base there that has these pathways that they know will get tickled and triggered, and it's a little shady. Um,
Um, here they give you, I believe, like $1 for every $30 you spend or something like that. Uh, so that's a cool part about that, I guess. Was it yesterday we went in? It might have been the day before yesterday. Uh, yeah, went and spent the $10. I think it might have been $10 they gave me, or 11. Uh, and yeah, that was cool. This time I was like, actually, let me get three, not two. Let me use that extra credit you guys given me. Uh, so that was cool, but
do
after I
they
thought
have
about it, it was like,
a minimum purchase amount before you can use the credit? Or can you just go in and say,
you can just use
hey, use
credit.
use all my credit and just, you know, say I want that and that and that and I'm gonna use it. Put it all on my credit and walk out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When
Really?
you
Oh
have
my
enough credit,
gosh.
you can. Uh,
Yeah. Well, yeah, you obviously you gotta have enough credit to cover them. But yeah, um, I don't know. I never paid attention to the policies if they've got a limit. Like if you have to spend a minimum of like $50 um with a store credit purchase or something. I'm not sure. That would be
um,
it would be
Here,
really
I
nice
believe
though
the
if we
place.
could do it entirely store credit purchase because I could definitely leverage that to my advantage.
I think my mother does that sometimes. She uses the credit, and you get something when you don't have cash on you, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that would be
So, um, but what else? Where else was I talking about? I lost track of thought.
yeah. Oh, or the when I just went to the dispensary and I
Yeah.
went in there, was gonna, you know, use the debit card or whatever, and right at the register there, he was having trouble with the debit card, and he said It's been screwy all day. Don't know why. Um, if you go over to the ATM in the back and get the cash, and he said, if you have to run it multiple times, then I'll refund you whatever ATM fees that they charge you there with, from cash out the drawer over here. So, um, really stand up, kind of super good, honest. I thought really like that. But um yeah, it was like the total was like 240 or something. And I happen to have like the 40 or 30 or something. I don't know. But yeah, I didn't think about that. If I could have just made the difference in the um with my store credit, that would have been nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um I should have asked about that. Asked if he can explain the math and why. Yeah. Explain to an engineer how show your math. And I will
Um.
check your work.
It could have been
Um,
entertaining at the very least.
yeah. But there was somebody behind me too, so I didn't want to. Plus, he was a nice guy. So, um,
Um.
yeah.
I got
Hi, Jinx. Hi, Jinx.
I got an article here about Target. It says Target is launching hemp THC drink sales in 3 of the U.S. most popular states.
The popular states. What are the popular?
I'll read the article and
Oh,
we
I
will
guess
figure it out
probably
together.
just the ones that have a lot of people living in them, right? Oh,
Uh,
oh,
you never
That
know.
would be my
okay.
guess.
Well,
Let's see. It says
yeah.
major retailer Target is deepening its involvement in the hemp-derived THC beverage market by launching its sales in 3 more states, significantly expanding beyond a pilot program it rolled out in Minnesota last year. And Minnesota last year, even as a federal law is set to ban the products this year or later this year. Last year, the company began a pilot program involving sales of cannabis drinks at 10 select stores in Minnesota. It later applied with state officials for licenses to sell THC beverages in beverages at all 72 of its stores in the state. Wow, where the company is headquartered. Now, according to BevNet, Target is expanding cannabis beverage sales to more than 300 stores in Illinois, Florida, Texas. That includes every store in the latter 2 states and select stores in Illinois due to the fact that some municipalities in the state have restricted hemp product sales. You heard that, Mark? It's in Florida. Uh, but yeah, at Target, we're always exploring new ways to meet our guests' evolving preferences, grounding in our merchandising. Oh my goodness, my throat is so dry. Can you guys hear it? Kind of
Yeah,
raspy.
yeah. So, well, I can hear your voice. I can't hear the dryness of your voice.
All right. Yes. At Target, we're always exploring new ways to meet our guests' evolving preferences, grounded in our merchandising authority, and focus on thoughtfully curating a relevant assortment. A spokesperson told the beverage industry trade publication. The outlet also reported that while the company's initial launch in Minnesota only included cannabis drinks with a maximum of 5 milligrams of THC, it is now selling beverages with up to double that potency. Target's expansion of hemp THC beverage sales into the second, third, and sixth most populous U.S. states, comes months after Congress passed the President Donald Trump signed legislation that will recriminalize hemp-derived products containing more than 0.04 milligrams of THC per container. Bipartisan lawmakers in the U.S. Senate and House of Representatives have pushed for a delay in the schedule ban, which is set to take effect in November, but those efforts have not been gaining traction with congressional leadership. Sources report that Target is believed to be hedging against the potential ban by planning to mark down its intoxicating hemp inventory in October if there's no regulatory solution in place at that point. BevNet said THC brands, THC drink brands that were included in Target's initial launch in Minnesota include Birdie, Can, Fine Wonder, Giggly, High Seltzer, Indeed, Senorita, Stigma, Surly, Trail Magic, Wild, and Wink. A poll from cannabis telehealth platform Nug MD last year found that marijuana consumers were encouraged by Target's decision to start selling THC beverages, with the majority saying the marketing move makes them more likely to shop at retail giants stores more. Respondents asked, does knowing this make you more likely to shop at Target in the future? A total of 50.5% said they would be more likely, though that notably includes 34.4% who said they'd only be more inclined to patronize Target if their local store carried the THC beverages. Another 16.1% said yes, because they, in quote, want to support the retailer more now, regardless of which locations sell the products. About half of the responders, 49.5%, said Target's embrace of a THC drink pilot program wouldn't affect where they shop. The mainstreaming of cannabis beverages comes as a recent poll shows that a majority of Americans believe marijuana represents a, in quote, healthier option than alcohol, and that most also expect cannabis to be legal in all 50 states within the next 5 years. Hopefully for Andrea.
Yes, hopefully.
Another survey found that in 4 of the 5 adults who drink cannabis-infused beverages say they reduced their alcohol intake, and more than a fifth have quit drinking altogether. Wine and Spirits Wholesalers of America this week called out Congress for failing to address the pending federal recriminalization of hemp THC drinks in the Farm Bill that recently passed the House of Representatives. Target isn't alone in the joining of the cannabis train as state laws continue to evolve. Home Depot, one of the largest employers in the United States, last year shifted its employee drug testing policies to remove cannabis from screening panels entirely to stop pre-employment drug testing of most of its workers, according to a document obtained by Marijuana Moment. In 2022, Amazon, the second largest private employer in the U.S., also backed a Republican-led bill to federally legalize, tax, and regulate marijuana. It previously expressed support for a separate Democratic-led legislation bill. Amazon has also worked to adapt to changing marijuana policies internally as it's backed congressional reform, enacting a employment policy in 2021 to end drug testing for cannabis for most workers. For example, meanwhile, veterans of foreign affairs of the United States recently entered a first of its kind partnership with a hemp THC beverage company with a licensing brand deal that will support a variety of veterans and promote cannabis drinks as a potential alcohol alternative, with the drinks being available at VFW posts across the country separately. While Target is apparently moving into the THC drink space, the airline Virgin Atlantic denied satirical and false claims earlier this year from a cannabis beverage company about a deal to sell a THC infused beverage on flights. Interesting. That is all. That'd be interesting to have it on a flight, because if the one that I had on a flight, um, that was surprising how much it did work in the end. Cause yeah, I was telling my mom it's not gonna work. I'm sitting here smoking right now, and that stuff's not gonna work. You're not gonna be able to feel both. You're not gonna tell how good it does. Um, but it helped, and I was able to tell. Eventually, I was just like, "Why am I so tired?" And I just did what to say, "Mom, you're right." But yeah, the drink, I felt it, and I slept really good. Didn't have any last night, but they're $15, and I sent you the link, Mark. You've seen them already, right?
Yeah, yeah. Can't get them here in Florida though, because that's way too much THC for a single person to consume in a single container, according to Florida.
Yeah,
Yeah,
100 milligram bottle. I'd say
yeah,
it's a decent
yeah.
amount.
I'd have to get 10 $5 bottles in order to get 100 milligrams. Or wait, 10 milligram, yeah, 10 $5 10 milligram bottles to get to that same dose. So $50.
Mm,
Yeah, rather get like a quarter and have like a lot more than one night's fun.
yeah, it was cool, but it isn't worth it unless you need it. Like,
Yeah, well,
uh,
or unless you gotta connect, right?
then you got to connect with the THC drinks like Target. Uh,
I got a THC guy. This,
Target,
this, this, uh,
you got to connect at
this
Target.
shipping pallet
Aisle 12.
of THC drinks fell off the back of the truck. Yeah.
Oops.
What can we do about this?
Um, I
Uh,
had something else here that caught my attention that I had to bring to you, Mark, because I know you'd be interested. But I thought you'd be interested too, Andrea.
oh,
Remember when Snoop
I
Dogg used to do that thing, smoke weed
the
every
thing
day?
actually,
Um, he tried to get
Andrew,
it trademarked, and the
and,
feds denied it.
Really?
Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
oh, well, no, this just, I wanted it to be like a quick side note or something. Andrea mentioned beforehand that I was talking about my hair curling, and it doesn't seem curly, right? Um, I found a picture. I was scrolling back in history and I found a picture where I am even actually coincidentally wearing the same exact t-shirt here. Um, yes. How's that for natural
That
pipe
doesn't
curling?
even look like you.
Yeah.
That's the Mark I remember meeting.
Yeah. I think it was a bit shorter than that. But yeah,
It's hard
that's
for me
what
to even
happened.
picture you with long hair, let alone long curly
Yeah,
locks
it,
like
it
that.
got it got like shoulder length with that, and yeah.
You have good
That's the
hair.
mark I remembered.
I never got the manual dexterity to like braid myself. Like that just I don't know. I
It
tried.
took me a while to figure it out. I cannot look in a mirror and braid. I
I've
can't
been
do it.
I've been able to manage a little bit on the goatee there. So I know how to do it. It's just, but then it's just like so small. It just looks dorky, you know.
Um,
But yeah,
I do better with my hair
yeah.
sitting in a pitch black room with like with my eyes closed, braiding my hair than I would do in my fully lit bathroom in front of the mirror. If I try to do it in front of the mirror, I'll fuck it all up.
I
I
could do it
wonder,
just sitting in the living room. I don't need a mirror in particular.
well,
I do it on the podcast a lot.
I bet the dreadlocks
Yeah.
make it a little bit easier. You don't have to like separate out the different, right? You can just grab one and another and go, right? They're
I don't
all
have to
nicely.
separate hair because they're
Yeah.
already separated.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah, but this
Random side
article,
tangent there. Sorry for the the weird aside, but yeah, I saw the same exact t-shirt and then I looked at the face. I'm like, whoa, I wonder how old
um,
that was 4 years ago.
oh wow,
Yeah.
and so I met you last year on the bitter end of it.
Yeah, that was I don't know. I can't remember if it was around the
Do you
time.
guys want to see Mark's long hair? Rewind it.
Yeah. That
I have
wasn't even
COVID hair.
that
I
wasn't
just quit
even
cutting my hair.
yeah, good. That's the way to do it. Either
Um,
chop it all off or just leave it. It's
I just
easy.
didn't go get a haircut for 2 years, so and since then I'm just like I'll just go get it trimmed.
Well,
I'm
I did
thinking
an
about
experiment in the COVID year. At the very end of 2020, I completely shaved my head all the way down to the scalp. And then uh, New Year's Eve, 2021, I measured how much hair I grew over the course of a year. And I was pretty, I grew 8.5 inches in length in
Wow,
one calendar year. I was
that's a
surprised.
lot.
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I don't know. I probably have not kept that up in the years since then, but I was not expecting that much. But when it curls, it doesn't look that long, you know? So, yeah.
Yeah.
But it only looks like that for like an hour or two,
Then the
or
humidity and the wind
or
gets to it.
yeah, or if I step outside for like 2 minutes. So, yeah. Um, yeah.
Um, I got something here that says human hair grows about 6 inches per year on average. This breaks down
Mine
roughly
didn't.
to zero point 0.5 inches per month. However, growth rates can vary from 4 to 6 inches depending on factors like genetics, age, overall health. Um, yeah, maybe your parents have good hair.
I mean, yeah, there is no male pattern baldness on either side of my family. Um, yeah, I,
High
I,
five to you.
I guess,
Um,
I don't know. We'll see. I hope I keep that trend going. But I understand that the underlying genetic factor can kind of I think it goes through the maternal um,
I've heard
contribution.
that.
Yeah, I've
So
heard that
if
too.
it comes from my mother's side, then I wonder if my grandmother's uh, side had any baldness. I can only go so far back there, but
Um,
um, yeah, we've got in, pretty
after
interesting um, family tree, or surprisingly complete family tree. My grandparents paid a genealogist back in the
oh
90s,
wow,
and they traced a family tree back to like the 1500s and all, or my grandparents'
wow.
side of the family tree. Yeah, the Dutch side. So it's like, wow. But they don't record male pattern baldness back in like late Renaissance.
Um,
Not for peasants, at least.
I think all the pictures I remember, everybody just had these big fluffy afros. So I don't remember the baldness part because anybody in my family before the 70s had afros and they were luxurious. And I don't know how they got them so perfect back then.
I mean,
Uh,
is it
right.
Very
natural or
carefully.
did it have to get a perm on top of that to get like, because
Um,
it's always that's something I always wondered about.
a perm, it just straightens hair out for, uh, well, it works differently for different ethnicities.
Because
Um,
Bob Ross's perm like gave him that afro, so that's what it does to white man hair. I guess
okay.
it's like the reverse for the
Yeah, for black man hair, it would straighten it out.
oh,
Um, and then you get a
wow.
Jerry curl and you get it curly.
Oh,
Yeah. But anything other than that, just nothing regular, just afro. They just had these big, luxurious afros, men, women, children, old people. That's just how it was.
have
Every
you
picture I've seen before the 70s,
did
afros.
your
Never fails.
have you asked your family? Does your mom know? Did she
Um,
have you seen photos of her with the
oh, yeah. When she
my
was a kid, when she
yeah.
was a kid, she just had the two little pigtails right here. Uh, but she was born in the 70s. So, I mean, like, my grandma and generation with her and before that, afros, everybody.
So she might know, she might have some memories of what was uh um what was done to kind of get that
My
like
mom still looks the same, and she just doesn't have those two pigtails coming down on the side. Just two, one braided right here, one braided right here.
Didn't go with the
You
Afro
look at that
puffs.
old.
oh.
No, she didn't have the Afro puffs. That's when generation started to straighten you out. Um, uh, yeah, her generation was where Jerry curl came out, and everybody had this curly, luxurious, greasy ass hair. Uh,
I know
yeah,
exactly what you're talking about.
Jerry curl, too much. That's when my mother was born. But before that, I don't remember anybody having bad hair. Everybody had great hair, amazing hair before the 70s. Uh, yeah, I wish I could have had one of those. Just Afro just looked like it grew perfect, just perfectly circled and everything. That shit was
You
amazing.
you know that was well tended hair.
Right. It's just like everybody wakes up and share the Afro pic. Yeah. Yeah. So hair grows with genetics. Is what we're. If that my genetics is Afros, then I don't think I'll get to see um, no hair. That would suck. Just like losing my hair. My dad, he doesn't have hair. and he loses his hair right at the center, right in his crown. So,
Yeah.
when I seen that, my first time seeing my dad like that, I was like, "Oh, I do not want to lose my hair. I'm just gonna grow it from here on out." Uh, and, and I've grown it ever since. I do not want to just someday be like my dad and have no hair in the center. In the center,
That's when you just shave
not a
your
good
head.
look.
Yeah, I was gonna say at some point there's gonna be a decision to just own it and say,
Yeah.
Just don't go
Uh,
around
it's
looking
gonna
like
be,
Dr. Phil.
yeah. It'll help tremendously in the summertime heat. You have no idea how insulating even
Oh,
just a
it's so
tiny
hot.
bit of hair until you
yes.
have any of it. And yeah, it is
Getting
Sweltering.
yeah.
getting close to summer here, and I already got it tied up. Uh,
I
yeah.
love your
Yeah, but
little antenna
it's
on
still
top.
all like up and close. It's like a
Oh, that's because I didn't
hair
pay attention
meeting
to it. I
on
just
top.
scrunchy,
Oh,
keep walking.
now it looks like you got two.
I
Like
probably did
that.
it like
That
while walking. So
it's yeah, yeah.
yeah, this
Good.
morning I was
Well,
like, look in the mirror. Okay,
adds character.
hair cool, scrunchy, and now there's some hanging in the back. I didn't really put too much work into it. So
I mean,
there you
it's
go.
good. It's good not to put too much work in it because then it'll look. I mean, there's always the risk of looking like you're trying too hard. You got to try real hard not to cross that line.
Yeah, I
Oh,
had it
that's the
last night.
thing. Yeah.
I don't know what it looked like last night, but
You had an
when I woke
antenna
up,
last night too.
oh, when I woke up, it
Uh,
wasn't as good. So I just redid it a little bit. Uh, yeah. There's a comment here that says, "I'm sorry for the laughing. I had my fair share of funny looking hairstyles." Um,
Everybody has.
yeah, especially if you're born before the '90s, you definitely had some nice hairstyles that aren't out now, and they were, I'm not gonna say frowned upon, but those looks, if you wear them now, I couldn't imagine like this woman just walking out with an afro, but
I mean, afros
that
aren't
was dope.
like it's not like
I would love to see
unfashionable,
just
anti-fashionable or whatever.
original afro, just like you know how
Yeah.
they just be like,
Just got a rocket.
um, yeah. But like I was saying, if my hair grows like my dad's, which I pray it does not, um, he misses hair right in the center. It's like very rare that you'll see him uh, with hair, but sometimes I don't know how or why that happens like that. But sometimes you just see him graying in the face and graying in the head, and he hadn't shaved in a few days or something like that. Because he's one of those that shaves every morning. Um, uh,
I hate
no, I
shaving.
cannot shave
Uh,
the head with the little bald thing. And yeah, if he doesn't, you'll notice in a couple days it'll just start randomly graying everywhere, face and head. Yeah, I'm just praying I don't get like that and lose all my hair. Because I
Bald
don't
can
know.
be sexy, man.
I don't remember. I don't think I've been like bald, like shiny skin bald. Uh,
yeah, I tried that and people thought I had cancer, so it's not, I can't pull it off. People
yeah,
fear for my
I don't know.
physical health when I when I don't have hair.
my dad.
But yeah.
My dad's like, why would you put your son's hair like that? He's never gonna be able to get a job like that. He looks like a criminal. Uh, so
Your
yeah,
son is adorable.
yeah.
Both
Two
your
of them
kids
have
that I
dreads.
saw.
Both sons and a daughter have. Oh, actually, two daughters now have dreadlocks. So uh, I seen one daughter on her birthday, and I'm like, when did you get that? And I was like, it's nice, but it just surprised me. And yeah, I guess, yeah, it looks nice. So got 4 kids out of 6 with dreadlocks.
Taking after dad.
Yeah. And my dad's like, no, they're never going to be able to get a job. They're going to turn into gang members. Blah, blah, blah. Dreads is a bad look. You shouldn't put that on a kid because they have to get it forever. Then they're going to grow up and not be able to do their hair because they grew up with dreadlocks their whole life. It was all kinds of reasons. I was just like, one ear and out the other.
Can I ask how old your dad is?
My dad, I don't believe I know, um, but we'll add it up here. Whoa. My dad's born in 1967. So he's almost 60. I just put those pieces together. I did not know my dad was that old. Wow.
I would say that those opinions on your children's hair are very generational. It just
Yeah,
comes from
they
that
would
generation.
tell him that they would be virtually unemployable if they wore afros, like full-blown afros. That
You think
that
so?
no, I don't think so, but tell him that.
It's very much possible that that would get in the way of
I
all
mean,
kinds of work.
it like you said, it's something that would stand out, is not the norm, right? Could
There's
be
a
a
comment that
positive in
says
that case,
18 years
right?
younger than me. Yeah, my dad uh, is born in 67, so he'll turn 60 next year.
Hey,
Uh,
the year of Sergeant Pepper,
I did not know that.
and
That's
are you
house is getting
experienced?
old.
How about
Uh,
that? Yeah. One of my favorite musical artists, Steven Wilson, has got yeah, well, I forget which song it was, but yeah, he wrote and he's got a lyric. He was born in 67, the year of Sergeant Pepper, and are you experienced? So yeah, Beatles, landmark album, Jimi Hendrix.
mm,
Yeah, a lot of cool stuff happened in 67. A lot of good music.
Speaking of music, I got something here that says Americans say marijuana is less cool than math and country music, but it's cooler than guns or cryptocurrency, survey shows. Mm. That was from an article on May 20th. It says marijuana legalization might be a popular policy issue in recent polls, but most Americans don't think cannabis itself is, in quote, cool, according to new survey. In fact, marijuana is considered less cool than things like sourdough bread, country music, math, word games, and reading books. The YouGov poll looked at public opinion on the subjective concept of coolness with findings that might challenge conventional thinking when it comes to a wide range of commodities and activities. Marijuana stood out as comparatively lame, falling near the bottom of the cool list, despite being commonly associated with popular cultural figures, political movements, and lifestyles. If that comes as a surprise to people, they wouldn't be alone. In separate question in a survey, respondents overrated how cool other people think marijuana is compared to their own views. Overall, just 36% of American adults describe marijuana as cool, with 13% saying it's, in quote, very cool, and 23% grading it as somewhat cool. Another 10% weren't sure, while 55% said cannabis isn't cool, with 35 ratings rating it as, in quote, not cool at all, and 20% believing it is not very cool. The survey listed a total of 36 things or activities that respondents were asked. with rating on coolness scale, marijuana was fourth to last on the list, with just guns, sports betting, cryptocurrency. It's considered less cool. Perhaps as surprising as the relative uncoolness of cannabis were some of the items that ranked as significantly more cool among the picks that majority of the adults described as either very or somewhat cool were science, 87%, outer space, 83%, reading books, 81%, tea, 65%, math, 59%, sourdough bread, 59%, country music, 56%, and avocados, 51%. Huh. The results
Tea
suggest
and
that
sourdough.
typical, yeah, the results suggest the typical American is a bit of a square. YouGov's senior analyst, data journalist, said David Montgomery wrote, however, there are many activities that Americans are less likely to consider cool than to think other people think are cool. To the point, the survey's cannabis findings showed that it's somewhat common for people to overestimate how cool other people view marijuana. Just over one-third of adults said they themselves think cannabis is cool, but the respondents on average said that they expected about half of other people, 49%, to regard it as cool. The poll involved interviews with 2,236 U.S. adults from April 9th to 17th, with a plus minus 3 percentage point average point margin of error, that a relatively common margin for online surveys. But as Montgomery conceded, it's worth noting that this poll, the adults who were asked to judge what's cool and what's not cool are also adults who voluntarily elected to take the online survey in the first place. Meanwhile, a polling report from Pew Search Center released in March found that Americans across every demographic, age, gender, religion, and political affiliation all agree that using marijuana is not morally wrong. However, Republicans are still twice as likely as Democrats to say consuming cannabis is a moral no-no. Pew also released a poll last year that showed overwhelming majority of Americans, nearly 9 in 10, support legalizing marijuana in some form. An early Pew survey from 2024 separately highlighted views in the societal impacts of recreational legalization, and the majority, 52%, said the reform is, in quote, good for local economies. A 42%
Plurality.
plurality. That was a hard word because I seen. All right. A 42% plurality additionally agreed that legalization would make the criminal justice system more fair. Yeah. Um, it's cool. Not amongst Republicans. But I guess weed is cool. I mean, unless you like sourdough a lot. I'm not a big fan of sourdough or country music. I like math. I do. So math is cooler than weed. But this list they have,
I'd much rather smoke weed than do math, personally.
right? I love math because I love counting. Yeah, math was my favorite subject. To the people out there, let me know. Do you guys think weed is cooler than, what does
Well,
it say?
hold on.
Country music?
Better question. If we look at the list, we have what? Science, outer space, watching movies, reading books, computers, rock music, and then online surveys. right up there in the top 10 of the most cool things on their list. Rather than asking about weed, I think we should ask um, who among the viewers here think online surveys are the bee's knees, so to
Not
speak.
cool.
Yeah, online surveys not cool.
I
They're
would say
saying,
that their research is definitely skewed.
yeah, they're saying not just, well, between very cool and somewhat cool. They're saying that 74% of Americans think online surveys are cool to some degree, with 6% neutral who aren't sure. So, what, 12
They thought it
plus
was cool
7?
enough to take the survey, though.
12 plus 7. Right, that's, yeah, there's a big self-selection bias there. So, what sort of person would be likely to voluntarily opt to take a survey like this?
Someone who
Uh,
doesn't like weed.
probably somebody who's more um what personality would be higher conscientiousness, I would assume. Um, organization and doing things, everything just right. And um, so surveys would be something I think would seem to line up with that. And that I don't think I think that has a negative correlation with substance abuse disorders in terms of uh, research there. So I think that their selection bias simply by the means that they collected the sample is inherently biasing against cannabis there in this. And was this poll about cannabis to begin with, or was it just all this stuff? Because some of this stuff is just so completely off the wall that it's,
Yeah.
or
Um,
so unbelievably broad that it's just effectively meaningless, like science.
yeah, let me read the list. The list of things that they measured as cool and uncool, well,
Yeah,
that people got to measure would
yeah,
be science, outer space, watching movies, reading books. This is the order they're in too.
yeah.
So,
Descending
science,
order of
outer space, watching movies, reading books, computers, rock music, online surveys, coffee, tea, word games, video games, classical music, baseball, math, American football, sourdough bread, country music, basketball, wine, soccer, avocados, auto racing, watching short form video, heavy metal music, whiskey, rap music, beer, artificial intelligence, poker, pickleball, golf, selfies, marijuana, guns, sports betting, cryptocurrency. Yeah, right. Who are you guys fooling? uh,
fooling
yeah,
themselves, clearly. I don't see any reason to assume that they don't genuinely believe the results of this. Typically, if somebody, like some researcher has poor methodology, they don't realize how bad their process is until people come along and pick it apart for them and kind of expose the flaws and assumptions in data collection and this, that, and the other, or uh, another big problem, particularly in the soft sciences, it's psychology, and sociology, anthropology. There is a massive, massive replication crisis in those soft sciences, um, where a sizable percentage of the the papers that have been written, peer-reviewed, accepted, and published in the past, in the most recent decades, are when now being re-examined by an independent researcher using the same process, the same methodology, but different personnel and different data set. Same process of collecting the people, but a different set of people answering those questions. Um, there's a huge chunk of all of these that are not replicable,
I
a lot.
think you're gonna get more people to give that opinion. It's like you're gonna get different opinions if you get those surveys outside of Target than you will outside of a dispensary.
Right. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, this goes beyond that into the realm of, all of these things are announced and discussed in like magazine articles and in news articles, big mainstream outlets, um, you know, network televisions, talk about recent study finds that this, that, or the other proves some claim that, something about whatever. Um, and then years later, when an independent researcher comes by and um, re-examines that and finds that their process is flawed, their data cannot be replicated, their experiment has a lot of mistakes in the way that it was designed. It was never a good experiment in the first place, and none of it was caught by the peer review process initially. Um, in some cases, it's been found that some uh, dishonest academics had just entirely fabricated their data sets to support the claims that they were making. So when we go and make you know uh, TV and news headlines based on these fraudulent science studies, um, it's an issue. It's a big problem, and none of it gets further examined. And a lot of the popular, like the popular mindset, when they see, study finds, scientific study finds that you're, I don't know, whatever, doesn't matter. Um, just by having the phrase study finds, scientific study finds, or even worse, scientific study proves something, and then they go and
they
they
find
describe,
those
yeah, and then
surveys.
they go and describe, all of this stuff, and then um, in the future, nobody can ever get that same result that proves the claim. But you can't go back in time and unring that bell that people have heard rung in their head, that uh, the scientific authorities have proven, as if science is this big monolithic arbiter of all truth that settles all of these things. And no, it is very prone to ideological um, nudges and just flawed assumptions or poor methods. But they go on and talk about these things. We're seeing here, looking at this little bar graph here, they talk about it as though it's just,
Proven studies.
it's there, it's proven. Their poll shows, you know, I mean, yeah, their poll shows, but that doesn't mean their polls accurately capturing reality. Just that, they got a few people who said these things and were able to calculate a 93% confidence interval. I mean, okay, that just means that they're pretty sure that these results represent the population that they were looking at, not that it's true, right? Um, uh,
Do you think country music is cooler than weed?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
You don't like
I mean,
country music?
I listen to some of it, but not the majority of the music I listen to is not country. I'll put it that way.
how about this? Do you think that nationally, overall, that rock music is more popular than rap music
Mm,
Possibly, I suppose. Rock versus rap. I mean, I don't know.
by
that's a hard
like
one.
by a margin of almost 2 to 1
No.
more?
Yeah, there's literally whiskey between heavy metal music and rock and rap music. There between those is whiskey.
And then
So they're
beer.
not
Yeah.
they're not
Heavy
too far.
metal, whiskey, rap, beer, and then
Yeah.
AI. Oh my gosh, we're doomed.
I listen to a very eclectic range of music.
Listen to damn near everything. Uh yeah, like you said, very eclectic. Yeah, anything. I have no preference on music. Uh I was listening to um when I was what is it, post-ictal or pre-ictal? Before my seizure, um, I was listening to a Middle Eastern guy listen to some rap music. Uh, and I don't remember it one bit. I just remember talking about that. I don't remember the song or anything, but I remember him saying something. We were listening to somebody rapping, and uh, yeah, I didn't even understand it. I don't even remember it. But yeah, like I said, I was before the seizure and I was already doing weird stuff. So I wasn't even listening, probably. And yeah, if I told you the story of the seizure, this was just some random guy I walked up on. So I'm lucky he spoke to me at all. Um,
My playlist can go from like Tupac to classic rock to country. It's all over the place. It just is all mixed up.
uh, I like music, so let's put it like that. I just put some
Right.
music on. All right.
We'll go from like Tupac to Fleetwood Mac, then
Oh
to,
yeah, I
some
heard.
country song.
I got a Fleetwood Mac vinyl next to me.
Which
Yeah.
one?
Uh,
I used to listen to a lot of Fleetwood Mac.
there's a whole box of vinyl right here. I can't go through them, and then my left arm is a bum. What's messed up, a little bit off topic, is I can't use my right thumb, and my left shoulder is just bummed. So I'm just tore up all the way around. Days before today, I'm luckily the rib pain has went away from that seizure
Mm.
because for a couple days it felt like someone just reached out and pulled me closer and like grabbed under my ribs. Now that's went away. So um, just the arm and the thumb. Yeah, but rock music or heavy metal music, I wouldn't put it above rock music or whiskey. Well, never mind. Yeah.
Neither.
Uh,
I would put heavy metal higher than it is there. Yeah, for sure.
okay. And pickleball
But
was
well,
above marijuana
I don't
too.
know. If they mean heavy metal, like the actual genre as it's defined, um, that's different from like all of the branching and incredibly pedantic, nested subdivisions of metal genres that, um,
There's like 100,000 of them now that I don't know what half of them are.
yeah, and all of them have like absolutely insufferable rabid fans who gatekeep the hell out of everything. Um,
Oh, shit.
but well, I mean, gatekeep the hell out of the genre definitions. Generally speaking, the crowds at metal shows are incredibly welcoming and some of the most friendly and polite.
There's a
I
moth
mean,
in here.
at least
You guys ever see me
the
swiping?
metal bands that I go to. I don't know. Some of them may be a little less uh savory, but
Yeah.
yeah,
Do
I
you guys
did
see me
get the
swipe at something? A moth is in here and it's huge, and the door's been closed, so I don't know how it even got in here. But
oh, that reminds yesterday, uh my dad somehow managed to close two little sparrows in the garage right here. I went out looking for like a little mason jar for some lava lamp something, and I just heard this fluttering, flapping, something like moving, and it's looking around, couldn't find anything, and eventually I saw a little bird right there inside, next to a window, flipped out. Like, how did
At
that
least it was the
happen?
garage and
And
not the house.
then flutter, flutter, flutter from another side of the garage. And there were two birds. And they both very unhappy. So I had to go and get my mother because she would need to see that. It was pretty interesting. But yeah, we opened the door and they both um, found their way out really quickly. They were just chirpy, chirpy, singing at each other, and so happy to be out. It was really adorable,
um,
meltingly adorable. Two little,
I don't have
and I'm
anything as
pretty sure. I
interesting as
think
that.
based on their color, I'm pretty sure they were a mating pair too, male and female. So, yeah,
They
time to
might have
put
been
it
in there
on.
looking for a nest.
Maybe, yeah. And then they changed their minds real fast.
Um, Here, at my mother's house, you can hear um rats in the fireplace. They go up and down, and my mother, she closed it. So I mean, it's summer. You got to close it. So we're not going to use it. Um, Otherwise, heat just come downs it and come into the house. But yeah, in the nighttime, you can hear stuff. If you go in the living room, you can hear stuff like in the fireplace. And I asked my mother what it was, and she said, "Might be rats." Very good chance that it's rats playing in there. Unless a raccoon decided to go down there, I think it would get stuck though. Uh, I don't even know how the rats get out. So yeah, but something's in there. Uh,
Climb.
yeah, I'm gonna
Get
leave it
some,
alone.
get
Um,
a paintball gun and get some pepper balls.
I would literally
Uh,
have to open it for them to come in the house.
pop, pop,
Just
pop, 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 pop.
I would
You
have
could
to
climb on
open.
the roof,
Yeah.
shoot
Uh,
down.
but then they got to come out anyway, so then I got to get out of there for
No,
the climb
Just
up.
you just shoot
Then you
down.
open the flute and they drop inside and you just grab them and toss them out.
Oh
Just wear
man.
gloves.
You just hope you can grab them.
Mm. Or
Depends on what you shoot them with, I suppose.
Yeah.
there's this other hole, in the other room here. I guess it got cold once upon a time, and the rat decided to dig a hole through the wall. It chewed a hole through the wall, through the house, which is hard outside, and then through the drywall. And it's at the little bitty corner at the bottom. And I told my mom it probably came in and went out because we haven't seen it. And then she put like sticky traps right in front of it, right in front of the hole. Nothing's went over it in ages. Uh, but yeah, you can see daylight if you look in the little hole. It's hilarious.
Big is it?
Huh?
How big is the hole? I
Maybe
mean,
like
is it
that,
like
dude.
just big enough to get a head through, pretty much?
Yeah. I think something probably came in and got stuck, or something came in, went back out, and hasn't it hasn't
It
showed its
keeps
head around
it
here.
just it just keeps coming in and raiding your fridge.
Mm.
No, because it would get caught on those sticky traps. I've been waiting for a day to just see it stuck on the sticky trap in front of the hole, either trying to
Sticky
get out
traps are
or
awful.
huh?
Sticky traps are awful.
Yeah. So far they're just collecting dust. Uh, so I'm not sure if anything's stuck inside or outside, but can't go past it now. There's a couple of them surrounded it. Uh,
They just hop.
yeah, I don't have anything as cool as Mark though. He had birds in his garage, and they were alive. Rats aren't cool.
Cute, friendly little chirpy birds.
I used to have pet rats.
Yeah, I did too. They're
I
They're
did
so
cool.
not.
smart. Yeah. Yeah, people underestimate how smart they are.
Um,
It was after
Coincidentally, one of them was
seeing,
named Sativa.
yeah, that's cool.
um,
It was after seeing Home Alone 3 that my sister and I pressured my parents into letting us get pet rats. Because the kid in that movie had a pet rat. I think it was named Doris, I think. That's just what popped into my mind right now, so I don't know if that's true. But yeah, um, yeah, it was a good sales pitch for rats. Feeder rats. Very
feeder
uh
rats. Are those the
very
rats that you hold by the tail and let the snake get them?
they are the live rats that are bred to be fed to um
Big
reptiles.
snakes.
Yes, yes. So
I
a
had
very cost-effective pet for small children, like a $3 animal that lives 2 to 3 years.
Oh, nice. What do you
They
feed it?
don't normally live 2 to 3 years in the wild though, so once they start getting that old, it starts getting ugly and goes downhill really fast. It's kind of hard.
Did you feed them to a
Well,
snake?
no, no, it was my baby,
fed
my
the
pet.
mouse to the snake.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
I couldn't imagine having a pet rat. Uh,
I've had so many
Gracie,
kinds of animals. It's funny.
my
just
little
had dog.
Gracie, I had Woo Woo,
Mm.
and my sister had, yeah,
Would you
Cookie,
rather have a rat than have
Oreo,
weed?
Oreo, which became Cookie, which became Cookie Wookie, which eventually just turned into Wookie, and her pet rat was named after a Star Wars character by root of the Oreo cookie. I'll give you one guess what its color pattern looked like.
A Wookiee?
No, it was
No,
like no, it was black on its sides with a white stripe down its back, like an Oreo cookie.
that
Hence
makes sense.
Oreo. Oreo, and then Oreo cookie, and then cookie Wookie, and then Wookie. So, yeah, complicated things, complicated lines of reasoning when you are working with a 6-year-old, but
Seems completely
pretty,
logical to me.
pretty adorable reasoning. I mean, flawless,
Yeah.
unassailable logic there.
Definitely.
Um. So got another article here, weed related. You guys remember that line Snoop Dogg used to have, like smoke weed every day, and it became very popular. Not sure which generation, but I love that
That was the
line.
90s. That was
Yeah,
from the
Yeah,
90s.
Gen
love
X,
that line, and
Gen
it
X
was
and early
illegal
millennials.
to smoke weed back then, and it is still illegal. But it says the feds deny Snoop Dogg requests to trademark smoke weed every day because marijuana is illegal and song lyric is too popular. So I guess
Yes,
that's a good
well, and it would be trademarking a uh call to crime, to criminal action, essentially, I think is the crux of that argument there. They don't want him to have a trademark and profit off of what is effectively a call for his fans to go and violate federal controlled substance laws. Um, so everybody knows it's Snoop Dogg anyway. It's not like he needs the trademark. The only
Yeah.
reason for the trademark is so that he can start selling out and cashing in on that. If
Yeah.
he
That's in my playlist too.
If he has smoke weed every day as a trademark, that means nobody else can use smoke weed every day, can say it without paying him,
one.
can I mean it starts to get a little sketchy when you start drilling down and thinking like why is he trying to trademark it? What is the result that would happen from him getting the trademark granted? Like, it's
I see a
not all,
problem with it.
no, yeah, sure, but I don't know. I don't think people should have to pay Snoop Dogg just to say smoke weed every day. I smoke
We'd
weed every
be owing him
day.
a lot of money right now.
I
I
agree with
smoke
you
weed every
there.
day. Which is what would happen if he got the trademark granted. Nobody would be able to say that. It's kind of like the Happy Birthday song. It's copywritten, legally protected. Nobody
Oh
can
wow.
sing the actual Happy Birthday song on air. That's why TV shows and movies always have them singing something different or like messing up completely and entirely and butchering it beyond any recognizable similarity to the actual trademarked song or copywritten song itself. Um, but yeah, it's I don't know. I don't care that much either way, but it seems like why why now
I
and
don't know.
why period? What is he doing? What does he want to accomplish?
No money.
We'll read the article.
Why does he? No, I don't. It's just like, come on, man. You're rich enough. Just,
I'll read the article.
just
Everybody who's
endorse.
This
rich wants to get richer.
Right. I mean, all he's got to
right.
do is just endorse a couple more like products. Let them stick his face on the side of their thing, and he can make as much
Uh,
money as he could with
they
that
already have
trademark.
like little jars that have his face on it. But
Well, yeah. So
He's on all kinds of stuff.
sign a couple more of those, right? Yeah.
I'll read this article here. It says Snoop Dogg's signature catchphrase, smoke weed every day, cannot be trademarked by the artist because marijuana remains federally illegal, and the slogan has become too popular in mainstream culture, the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office says. Dr. ETC Holdco LLC, and an entity affiliated with Snoop Dogg that owns his intellectual property portfolio, submitted a trademark application for the phrase in 2024. Then, nearly 2 years later, it received a denial letter from USPTO on Tuesday. The federal agency, which falls under U.S. Department of Commerce, gave two main reasons for the rejection. One, goods and services marked under a trademark must comply with federal law, and the application includes items or activities that include a per se violation of federal law. And number two, the phrase comes from a song lyric comically and commonly used in association with cannabis use, uh, making it popular too. Uh, Too popular to exclusively trademark. To qualify for federal registration, the use of a mark in commerce must be lawful under federal law in the sense that the commerce recited in the application complies with applicable federal laws that regulate the identified goods and or services. If the goods or services with which a mark is intended to be used or are prohibited by law, the applicant can neither use nor mark in lawful commerce nor have the um, requisite bona fide intent to use the mark in lawful commerce. The letter also explains how certain hemp related terms and phrases could potentially be eligible for trademark registrations, unlike the link to marijuana, because hemp and its derivatives were federally legalized under the 2018 Farm Bill. However, because the Food and Drug Administration has declined to enact rules allowing the lawful marketing of cannabinoids like CBD as a food item or dietary supplements, USTPO said it would similar deny trademark applications for those products. The agency's denial letter additionally said that the registration was refused in quote because the applied for mark is a slogan or a term that does not function as a trademark or service mark to indicate the source of applicants' good and or services, and to identify and distinguish them from others. In this case, the applied for mark is an informational, social, political, religious, or similar kind of message that merely conveys support of admiration for or affiliation with the ideals conveyed by the message, it says. Terms and phrases that merely convey an informational message are not registrable. To support its case, USTPO provided examples of the phrase smoke weed every day appearing on various products sold by retailers such as Amazon, Weed Dreams, and Redbubble. Because consumers are accustomed to seeing this term or phrase used in ordinary language by many different sources, they would not perceive it as a mark identifying the source of applicants' goods and or services, but rather as only conveying an informational message, it said. Josh Gerben, an attorney and co-founder of Gerben IP, said in a blog post about the USTPO denial that Snoop's company may appeal the decision, but the most difficult challenge the case presents is federal legality issue tied to cannabis sales. The application identifies retail sales, including retail sales. I'm sorry, you guys, I lost where I was. Oh, retail sales involving cannabis products. He said under federal law, marijuana remains illegal, and the U.S. TPO routinely refuses applications tied to federally unlawful goods and or services. There we go. Um, but yeah, I get it now. Yeah, that's not something you need to get paid for. But I feel trying to get paid for anything possible. Why not try? If I could get someone to pay me for saying something, I'd try at least once. And you'd be like, oh, no? All right. Thank you. Just trying. Uh, yeah, what's hilarious is that's how my stepsister asked my mother for money. I'm like, can I borrow this my money? My mom's like, what? Were you serious? And she was like, well, I just trying. Doesn't help to try. I'm like, I understand you. I get your game. Doesn't help to try, but yeah, that's what they're doing with him. Doesn't help to try. Could have passed, could have not. Maybe, maybe not. Uh, I've never asked my mother for money in that manner, just going, hey, well, it was worth a try. But when I heard my stepsister say that, I was like, wow, that's genius. Doesn't hurt to try. Like she had no reason for the money. My mom was literally like, why, what's going on? And why would you ask me that amount of money? And there was really no reason. It was just, oh, doesn't help to try. And I'm going to use that more often. Start asking people for money and then be like, why?
I
Just
mean,
wanted to try and see if you said yeah.
yeah, well, negotiations have to start somewhere, right?
Yeah.
What, how much would you give?
um, yeah.
Well,
I'll
that's
never know
not
how
enough.
much
How
you would
about,
loan until
would
you
you meet me
ask.
in the middle? Right? Yeah. You ask for about double what you want and get ready, be willing to split the difference with whatever she offers in return. Say, will you split the difference with me and see, and then be willing to accept something because accepting anything is better than nothing, right? So, yeah, negotiation skills. So, is that from Donald Trump's Art of the Deal or something? Our dear leader.
Take me to your leader.
Yes,
Anyhow.
negotiate. It's like, yeah, well, uh, I've never been good at like negotiating, like garage
Never?
sales and stuff. See the sticker
I'm a
price.
good
Okay,
negotiator.
I'll give you.
Uh,
What do you say? Like I'll get that out of your way for like a, a quarter of what that sticker says there or something. I feel uncomfortable because when I go and do like I have very well thought out good reasons for the price to be exactly what it is when I ask
I
for
could
it.
imagine you
And
asking,
people
why is the
don't like
tax?
that. So yeah, I've never done well at garage sales, either purchasing or selling. I am too much of a pushover in that regard, weirdly enough. As argumentative as I am, um, yeah,
You
whatever.
cannot argue for a deal.
I'm not, yeah, I gotta get someone else to art of the deal for me. We'll say, I want that one, and then, sick my dad on them. Hey, go. Go see what you can get out of them.
The taxes is too much.
Yeah. Well, I was, yeah.
Gotcha.
Have them throw in whatever else that makes it worth more than double what they're asking anyway.
Mm.
Whatever. I don't know.
Um,
Like I said, I'm not a negotiator, so I don't know what to do. But
um, well, there's something else here. I did hear you say something about, did you say that? Something about weed going for people with epilepsy and something else.
cancer.
Cancer. There we
Yeah.
go.
And in the state of Florida, when it was initially passed, the medical marijuana program at the very beginning was a Compassionate Care Act or something, and it was only epilepsy and cancer patients were approved conditions for access to cannabis. And like back in that, like it was so archaic and whatever, they didn't even allow smokable flower. And it was all like oral and and yeah, no inhalation. It was nuts. But they've loosened it up a lot, widened it out, and but with that has come the breadth qualifying conditions. And so now it's like so many qualifying conditions that is it even a medical program anymore? So I don't know. I don't mind because the more customers there are, an economy of scale means that uh, competition will only drive prices down when you don't have the sort of black market control over supply where you can shop around and whatnot. So that's worked out really well. Prices have um I mean compared to what they were back in the aughts, it's insane how much cheaper it is now. And yet still
Yeah.
I've seen on Reddit like these Zoomers complaining about how, you know, $25 for an eighth is a complete ripoff. I'm like,
Man.
you
The
know
90s $50
nothing.
apes.
Yeah,
Oh my goodness. They paid too
yeah.
much for weed.
And they're calling it like mids. I'm like, you have never bought mids in your life if you think that what they're offering and is like, mids. It's like, no. If they ever bought like a brick weed that they had to like actually manually destem themselves before they could even put it in the grinder, or de-seed themselves. Otherwise, you remember like packing it in a bowl and then up, like when the seed pops in the middle of it, it's like, damn it, like dumps part of the bowl out on the
Never know the
counter.
struggle.
You can never get all of those little bits back into the bowl to try to. Yeah,
Mm,
these kids these days don't know what real mids are.
right. But along with the
Like
thing where I was telling you where you were telling me the bill to get you guys weed or whatever, I got something here on May 20th. It says the Louisiana bill to let terminally 3 patients use medical marijuana in hospitals head to governor following legislature approval. And it's smoking in the hospital would be nice, but hey, I'm gonna read the
well,
rest.
probably like oral, gummies and
Yeah,
tinctures and
I was just kidding.
maybe
Uh,
vape pens or something.
yeah,
Unless, hey, it'd be really cool. A smoker's lounge. hospital. You can wheel you over to, hey, press the button on the bed. Hey, nurse, I need to be wheeled over to the
Someone got a
smokers
lighter.
lounge. And yeah, I dropped my lighter somewhere. Can you ask somebody if they got an extra lighter?
Oh man, you guys got any extra lighters around here? Anyhow, the article here says Louisiana lawmakers have passed a bill to let patients with terminally and irreversible conditions use medical marijuana in hospitals, sending it to the governor. The House of Representatives approved the legislation from Senator Katrina Jackson Andrews, Democrat, in a 54-44 vote on Tuesday after it previously passed the Senate by a margin of 33-2 last month. It now heads to the desk of Governor Jeff Landry, Republican. Under the proposed, hospitals would have to create written guidelines allowing covered patients to consume medical cannabis on site in forms at the hospital, in forms other than smoking and vaping.
They won't
Under
even
the
let them
amendment,
vape.
looks like no. Think you can just take a bite of something to consume it, but other than smoking or vaping. Under an amendment adopted by a Senate committee last month, emergency or outpatient departments would be exempted from the policy. The revised legislation also clarifies that patients and primary caregivers are responsible for acquiring and administering medical marijuana, which must be, in quote, stored securely at all times in a locked container provided by the patient. Healthcare professionals and staff would be prohibited from, end quote, administering, storing, retrieving, and or assisting the patient with medical marijuana, the text says. The amendment, which the sponsor worked on with help from the Louisiana Hospital Association, also allows hospitals to opt out of the policy if federal officials take action against the healthcare facility in the state over medical cannabis use, rather than only allowing those that were specifically targeted to stop complying. The bill was brought at the request of constituents who believe that therapeutic medical marijuana, which is already legal in the state, should be offered in the hospitals when patients are terminally ill or otherwise in need of comfort of this medicine, Jackson Andrews told the Senate Health and Welfare Committee when the panel took up the legislation. Marijuana, oh, that was it. Oh, no. Meanwhile, marijuana in Louisiana, another piece of drug policy legislation that has traction this session, would create a psychedelic assisted therapy pilot program using opioid settlement dollars to fund clinical trials aimed at developing alternative treatments such as psilocybin and ibogaine. Um,
Ibogaine.
ibogaine. Okay, I said somewhat right, not right. Anyhow,
It's hard with all of these things. The pronunciation isn't obvious from just the spelling.
yeah, okay. Um, Yeah, got something here. It says separately, a lawmaker recently filed a proposal that would create a new state task force to, end quote, study and develop findings and recommendations regarding the potential legalization of recreational marijuana. At the same time, however, advocates are alarmed that lawmakers sent the governor legislation that threatens to send people to jail for up to 1 year if they smoke marijuana within 2,000 feet of a school property, including a college campus. Another Louisiana legislator, meanwhile, recently introduced a bill to create an adult use marijuana legalization pilot program in the state to determine whether the reform should eventually be expanded and permanently codified. Republican Candace Newell, who has long championed legislation to the end to the end cannabis criminalization and filed a similar legal marijuana pilot program measure last session, is sponsoring what's titled as, in quote, Adult Use Cannabis Pilot Program Regulation and Enforcement Act. Getting the bill across the finish line could prove complicated in the conservative legislature. However, Newell's earlier version of the pilot program legislation didn't advance to enactment last year, and lawmakers that session also rejected other marijuana reform proposals, such as one that would have established tax systems to prepare an eventual legalization of adult use of cannabis. That is all there is. Um, yeah, that's cool. I think it's cool if people get to use it because they're terminally ill. I'm not against that. I'm all for that. But it says your family has to provide it, is basically what they're saying. Yeah.
The
And they have
cannabis
to admit,
in the hospital or the psychedelics?
um, I think they were talking about the marijuana. Your family has to be the one to administer and all that stuff, and
Yeah.
retrieve, administer, and assist.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, that makes sense. They can't allow the hospital staff to administer something that they are uh not licensed to provide on their own already, right?
yeah, I'm all
So,
for that. That'd be nice.
um, yeah.
Uh, not
Yeah,
that.
the psychedelics are interesting also. What did they say? I'm sorry, what did they say that the psychedelic assisted therapy was being kind of proposed for? Was it for addiction therapy
Um,
or
yeah, I'll read it right here. It says, meanwhile, in Louisiana, another piece of drug policy legislation has traction this session with would create a psychedelic assisted therapy pilot program using opioid settlement dollars to
okay.
fund clinical trials aimed at developing alternative treatments such as psilocybin and ibogaine.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a really interesting one there because a lot of people are aware of the um, effectiveness, like the therapeutic effectiveness for psilocybin to reduce uh, depression symptoms and improve mental health conditions and like including um, substance use disorder, reducing the kind of drug craving in the aftermath during a withdrawal period after. Um, but ibogaine is kind of an oddball in the psychedelic world. Um, it's not something you're going to hear about. Uh,
I've never heard of it.
yeah, you're not going to hear about it in like the same sort of recreational um, uh, scene that like psilocybin, LSD, DMT all are. Um, Ibogaine is purportedly is not a pleasant psychedelic experience, but something about the nature of the molecule itself seems to make that um, profoundly unpleasant experience also profoundly effective at the treatment and like even to the point of almost complete reversal or prevention of withdrawal symptoms in severe like opioid addiction cases, and like massively improve the outlook in terms of uh, relapse rates and everything. I want to hold up. I want to pull up. There's a site called Psychonaut. Uh,
Hmm?
yeah, psychonautwiki.com. Hold on. Psychonautwiki.org. That's it. Yeah, back in the olden times, um, like early days of the internet, when there was a whole like subculture of um, like drug nerds, sort of, for lack of a better word, who like created these sort of databases of different psychoactive substances and their effects, and in a lot of cases would compile and recount experiences while on a lot of these substances. And so that was all compiled back in a, uh, a site called eroid.org. I think Eroid is still around, but not its user interface has not been updated since like the early 2000s. So it's super difficult to navigate. It's not very well organized. But psychonautwiki.org is a um, newer resource for a lot of the same sort of information, a lot more user friendly in terms of navigation and stuff. But um, if you're curious about um, possible drug interactions, if the mode of action, how certain substance exerts its effects, um, what sorts of um, uh, effects a particular drug might have. Psychonaut Wiki kind of does um, I mean, it's more detailed information than you would find on just Wikipedia, but same sort of, a wiki. But here, ibogaine, 10-methoxyibogamine is a naturally occurring psychedelic substance of the tryptamine class. It's an indole alkaloid. I will not read out all of the different plants that they come from, but it's from West Central Africa. Oh, first off, yeah, top of that page there, skull and crossbones. Ibogaine can cause life-threatening heart complications, so don't go uh, dicking around with it just for shits and giggles. But uh, low doses have been used by indigenous people to combat fatigue, hunger, and thirst. Higher doses are capable of inducing visionary states used for initiation rituals during religious ceremonies. Uh, its medical history in the West began in the early 1900s when it was indicated for use as a neuromuscular stimulant. In the 1940s and 1950s, its suitability as a potential cardiovascular drug was studied. 1960s, it received much attention because its potential applicability as anti-addiction medication. The pharmacology is complex and poorly understood. while largely behaving as a serotonergic psychedelic, which is the same category as um, psilocybin and LSD. Um, Ibogaine interacts with numerous brain systems, including transporters, opioid receptors, sigma receptors, glutamate receptors, and nicotinic receptors. Ibogaine's complex pharmacology entails a significant potential to generate adverse effects, particularly on the cardiovascular system, with at least 12 deaths since 1990. Not currently approved for any medical uses in the United States. Preliminary research in animals indicate it could potentially be used for treatment of addiction. However, there's a lack of non-anecdotal data in humans because collecting non-anecdotal data in humans has been illegal since it was banned. But although not licensed as a therapeutic drug, despite safety concerns, Ibogaine is currently used as an anti-addiction medication in dozens of clinics worldwide. So, yeah, I remember reading about some people. Um, this was back at like the peak of the pill mill era in Florida, where we were like cranking out oxy prescriptions like they were Tic Tacs. Um, and there was an account of somebody who, yeah, who traveled cross continents over to Africa to get to one of these clinics that offered Ibogaine treatment um, for addiction. And he went through and described the experience as absolute hell, but came out of it without major drug cravings. It's like a two day total trip, 40, what? Yeah, peak lasts 18 to 36 hours. And yeah,
Um,
after effects lingering till 72 hours. So yeah, it's like a 3-day commitment when you take this stuff.
oh
Uh,
wow.
yeah, but
Um,
by the end of it, if you're addicted to, strong painkillers like that, if you can go through a 3-day psychedelic experience, as unpleasant as it may be, and come out of it without cravings and not um, in active withdrawals.
you're gonna be scared to do anything else.
I mean, that's a big thing, you know.
I don't think I would want to do that.
It's
No,
like take me on the best, longest, scariest trip I ever been on, and for sure it's gonna scare me away from doing it again and
no,
everything
not
else.
scare, not scare. I mean, it actively suppressed the physiological drug cravings, the physiological pain of opioid withdrawal. I mean, it's like one of the most unpleasant experiences that a person can go through by all accounts. Especially trying to do it cold turkey. So, um, yeah. And even doing it cold turkey doesn't necessarily reduce the drug craving and the uh, relapse likelihood
I
potential.
I feel very fortunate to have gotten off all the opiates myself.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
Um,
was I was on opiates daily for God, 15, 20 years.
really.
Yeah,
Wow.
how was it?
I think I wasn't taking it because it was fun. I was taking it because I was in pain. But then they decided that they were going to have to drug test me at the pain clinic, and I was like, I'm not going to pass that test because I had started smoking weed by then. And she's like, okay, we can do it next time. And I just never made my next appointment and never went back.
Did you taper down with that month? that you had, or did you like cold turkey when it ran out or something? Like what
I was
happened?
pretty much out because I had to get, when you're in the pain clinic system, you have to go in every month. So I was pretty much out.
And
So I
she didn't give you a month refill to get you to the next one when they were gonna drug test you then?
I think she did, but I was still taking them.
Just didn't bother.
Yeah, I just didn't bother to go back because I knew I wasn't going to pass the drug test she was going to give me, which would have said no more. She wouldn't have refilled it then,
That's
but
messed
I
up.
lied to her.
Which
I
is
lied to her
which
because
is
she's like,
ridiculous. Like this is why? If anything, it was just helping, or like an
right.
adjunct to the painkiller. Or you were, yeah,
I wasn't even smoking regularly then.
getting by on less of what they were prescribing, if anything, right?
Yeah. And I mean, I was on everything from morphine. I was on fentanyl at one point in time. I had fentanyl patches after my back surgery.
Oh God,
My
back
mom had some of
surgery.
those too.
Yeah, that'll mess you up for life, right? You still have
Yeah.
pain?
Oh yeah. That's why I'm on disability is because of my all of my spine issues. Was
Oh
after
my
my
God.
because I
So
have
it's not
had
even
neck
the
surgery
epilepsy,
and
then
no, I
that's just
had a neck surgery in I had a two-level fusion in my neck in 2014 and a two-level fusion in my lower back in 2016.
oh, wow.
Um,
That's intense. That is nuts.
It
comment
wasn't
here
fun, I'll
says,
tell you that.
Yeah.
I
got
hurt
a
less
comment
than I
here,
used
Andrea.
to. Yeah.
It
What's
says,
this
me
comment?
too.
Well, now that
Yeah.
they're not letting you even buy any in the state anymore, would you be able to go back and get go back to the pain clinic and say, I could pass it now. Will you refill me?
If
Or
I
is
could
it
pass the drug test, but
okay? Well,
I could probably do it, but I mean, like, even after my last surgery, I had a hysterectomy and they gave me pain pills. I think I only took one of them, maybe two, after I got home. I just
yeah,
laid on the couch with the heating pad. So I was like, this is
yeah.
nothing compared to my back. But I mean, I still have pain from my back and stuff. I can't spend a lot of time on my feet. I got to go lay down sometimes because my back hurts. That's why I'm squirming all the time in my chair because something will start hurting.
Didn't
But
notice.
I
Yeah, that's
don't
weird.
hurt near like I used to since I had the surgery. So the surgeon did a great job, in my opinion. But he even
Bravo,
said,
Mr. Doctor
Right.
Surgeon guy.
yeah, shout out to the surgeon because he's the one that did both of them. And, but I mean, I used to have like horrible shooting pain from all the way down my leg into my feet. And he said, even after my back surgery, that he's part of the reason that I was able to get disability because he said I wouldn't even be able to work a sedentary job.
Hmm.
Wow.
So,
Um, I'm glad you're here.
me
That's
too.
Yeah.
yeah. But in California here, psychedelics are legal. I'm not sure if you can have that other one you were talking about, as you said was from Africa or something like that.
I mean, it's not like widely distributed
Okay.
at
I mean,
all.
you got to know a guy for something like that.
I mean, it's pretty much you got to go to Africa. You got to go to one of the clinics where they actually have it, where it is grown because
Imagine.
I don't think that the plants can be grown here in the US. I don't think we have a good environment for them. And um, yeah, the iboga tree. So yeah, they'd need to grow an entire tree. But the iboga tree is a central pillar in the Bwiti religion, Bwiti, Bwiti religion, practiced in West Central Africa, mainly Gabon, Cameroon, Gabon, Gabon. I don't know how to pronounce. I don't know where the emphasis falls on a lot of these words. Cameroon, I know that one. Republic of Congo, which uses the alkaloid-containing roots of the plant for its psychoactive properties in a number of ceremonies. So yeah, even if we tried to start like cultivating it here, we'd need to plant the trees and then they'd need to grow into full-on trees before you could start harvesting the roots in a way that wouldn't just kill the trees you've been growing for years already. So it's just,
Yeah.
you get it from Africa.
Yeah.
Easy peasy.
Yeah, it's
If
just a hop,
if
skip, and
you
a jump.
yeah,
Right.
if you know a guy.
Yeah, you gotta know a guy for some shit like that.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
even
you probably got
even
to know a guy who knows a guy.
even knowing
Right.
a guy is kind of difficult to do. Yeah, it's yeah.
Um, yeah. So,
It's interesting. But yeah, subjective effects, it's got a whole list of physical effects, cognitive effects, dis disconnective effects, auditory effects, multisensory effects, visual effects, transpersonal effects. Yeah. Visual
I've
effects
never
break
done
down
any
into
psychedelics.
enhancements, distortions, and hallucinatory states. Yeah.
yeah,
Um,
psilocybin and mushrooms was as far as I went with the psychedelics. I've heard about acid and LSD and stuff. I haven't made it that far
acid,
yet,
acid and
but it is
LSD.
legal in
Yeah.
California.
Acid
I've not
is
found yet.
a slang name for LSD. They're the same thing. So, yeah, that one, that's yeah, there. But
Wait,
there's
come
a
on.
huh?
I said, say that again.
Acid and LSD are the same thing. So that's kind of the yeah, a one term.
Yeah.
One's a slang name for the other. Uh, yeah, the LSD stands for lysergic acid diethylamide. So the diethylamide there is the D part, but the acid, um, which I mean, it was discovered in Switzerland, Sandoz Laboratories by Albert Hoffman, and um,
Oh, wow.
the German word for acid is sour. So um, that's where the S in LSD comes from, lysergic sour diethylamide. But yeah, and then yeah, when you translate the sour into English, you get acid, and it's a lot easier to say.
Yeah. Uh,
Um, but
the
yeah,
doctor asked me if I did acid. Uh, that's before I knew what acid was. I had started talking to him about hallucinogens and psychedelics when it first got legalized, and he was like, "Have you tried any?" And I said, "I tried psilocybin," and he's like,
allegedly, right?
"This
Before it
is what I
was
told that
legalized,
man."
allegedly, right?
That's what he asked me, and
Yeah.
I said, "Only psilocybin," and he still pushed further. Have you tried acid? And I was just like, told him, I don't even know where I would purchase acid.
I mean,
You
the
got to know a
same
guy for some shit like that.
the
Yeah,
same
I had
sort
to
of
tell him,
connects
no.
that could get you a
We,
bag full of mushrooms would probably be able to find you a strip of acid if you wanted to ask for it. You can just buy it online, easy enough. If you set up
I didn't know that.
a a dark web, yeah,
Oh, yeah, I don't want to go through all that to
dark
get it.
web,
But yeah,
dark web nets and stuff can be done safely enough. I mean, there's no such thing as no risk, but it is,
It's legal here.
yeah. Well, they don't just sell sheets of acid just because it's legal. It's still like,
Yeah,
federally illegal. It's just decriminalized, right?
there we go.
They're not going to throw you in jail for using it, but the guy, selling 1,000 hits of acid and in one sheet, he's gonna have some problems.
Oh, that would be amazing.
He can't post up on a street corner and just say,
And got
here's
flyers.
yeah, here's
Selling flyers.
one sheet for 200, two for 350.
Yeah,
You know.
that would be it.
But
But
yeah,
I
the
got the article here.
there's a lot actually that yeah, there's LSA is
What is
found
that?
in lysergic acid amide as opposed to diethylamide. So it's found in some seeds, morning glory seeds, actually. The vine, the flowering vine that, a lot of people picture heavenly blue, just like bright blue flowers, or I mean, they come in a variety of different colors. Not all of them have the same sort of uh, alkaloid profile, but yeah, you can, as long as you get untreated seeds, you can grind them up and eat them. And if you can not throw them up, you can have a trip. It's less visual than LSD, but it is a very similar headspace. It's very gentle. Um, it's very great for just sitting and listening to music. Um,
While staring at the lava lamps.
I did not have the lava lamps at that time when I was experimenting with it, but I mean, I um put on some headphones with the beanie and I had my
Imagine.
eyes closed and there were some very, I mean, it's something that doesn't come just boom right away, but as you kind of watch for it and listen for it, it's not like close your eyes and right there like acid had
Interesting.
been. But it, after a while, it kind of builds stronger and stronger. You kind of lean into it, know what you're looking for, kind of get into a meditative mindset with the music. And if you got,
Just vibing.
yeah, if you got some good music, especially instrumental, something instrumental that's not going to have like people telling you things or saying anything, whatever, and especially any sort of weird, like digitally altered vocals.
Yeah.
I don't want to be listening to any like auto-tuned
Snake
crazy
jazz.
voice nonsense and stuff. Yeah, the auditory uh effects of the
Try out
experience
snake
itself
jazz.
more than enough for any of
Hilarious.
that. It just gets excessive on top of that. But um, check out the band. I don't know if band's the right word. Music Collective, Spangle, Shpongle. They do like instrumental psychedelic kind of. I mean, it's like for psilocybin trips, what like EDM is for like raves in Mali, you know. Um, but or at least that's what I feel, how I feel about it. They're really psychedelic, um, and not so much like dance oriented.
Um,
Uh, but they do like weird, crazy costumes and black
Oh wow.
lights and all that stuff. But yeah, it's clear that they have all partaken of many things because they do very interesting sounds that play off in much more interesting ways under an altered state. So, yeah. Um,
You always have the most interesting facts.
Yeah.
thank
That
you.
time he was talking from experience, so I liked it more.
I mean, I have other experiences.
Yeah.
I don't know how much I
Never
should
Please
go
tried.
share.
into. I don't know how much I should go into, but there's others. Maybe I should save some for another time.
Maybe you should not.
No,
Yeah.
I don't know how much. Um, but yeah, so the morning glories are one thing. LSA is also present in the seeds of a plant called Hawaiian baby wood rose. They're actually much higher concentration in the Hawaiian baby wood rose seeds than they are in um, even the most potent of excuse me, of morning glory varieties. Excuse me. Um, so
So start with the morning glories, see if you like it, and then
I
step
mean,
up.
w- if you're more likely to experience nausea with the morning glories because you need to eat 200 crushed
Ooh,
up, ground up seeds, as opposed to or to
threw up
reach
right now.
like a rough equivalent that you would get from like 10 to 12 Hawaiian baby woodrow seeds.
Mm.
But the woodrow seeds are larger, so there's that difference, but they're not that much larger. There's a lot less organic material to ingest, and that's what's really responsible for the bulk of the nausea. But
So can
some
you
of it
like
is
go to
just
your
kind of
local
unavoidable.
can you like go to your local garden center and grab some of these seeds and have a
The
nice
morning
little
glories,
experience?
the morning glories are sold, yeah, widely at a lot of garden centers, but you need to be careful because a lot of distributors have been made aware that, these do have some abuse potential, and teenagers might be going and buying packets of these seeds. So some of them have treated the seeds in a way that, it will produce nausea and deter ingestion. But you can get untreated seeds easily online. Um, and there's
Would have
no,
never thought
yeah,
from
um,
flower seeds.
yeah,
I'm gonna
yeah.
get some watermelon seeds.
Um, I
Round them
mean,
all
there's
up. Tell you how it goes.
you can get them from Amazon, untreated Hawaiian baby woodrow seeds from Amazon in bulk.
Uh,
Yeah. Hold on.
Good to know. Uh,
I don't think I'll be buying any.
I
No.
already forgot the name of the seeds, so
Morning Glory.
well, there it goes again.
Yeah. You know that Oasis song, What's the Story, Morning Glory?
Oh, that's what that's about.
I don't
Did
know if
not.
that's what that's about, but there you go. That's a way to remember it.
Yeah. I had another article here, another marijuana
Hold on.
related.
Hold
Uh,
on. I
you
got
got some morning glory over there?
no. Well, I think I do have some unused seeds somewhere, but um the I'm were you gonna move on to a different, like completely different topic, or
Um,
because I've got something here.
Go ahead. You first.
Well, I asked you a question.
Um, I was gonna stay on topic, marijuana. I got one
Okay.
more article just with marijuana.
Okay, then my turn. Like I
Wait,
said. Yeah, you
now your
do.
turn or then your turn?
Yeah, you got one more marijuana,
Okay.
stay on topic, and then my turn.
Alrighty then. I got one more article here that I thought was interesting. Uh, it says marijuana can play a role in combating obesity, contrary to stereotypes about lazy stoners with munchies. New federally funded study suggests. And this was an article on May 18th, so it's fairly new. It says a new federally funded study is challenging a long standing stereotype about marijuana munchies leading to obesity in lazy stoners, finding that a whole extract cannabis is linked to both weight and reduced risk of diabetes. Researchers at University of California Riverside School of Medicine set out to investigate potential reasons behind a scientific paradox. That is, if cannabinoids such as THC stimulate appetite, I'm sorry, such as THC stimulate appetite, why have multiple previous multiple previous studies found that marijuana users have healthier weights on average, as well as a lower risk of developing diabetes? The study, published in the Journal of Physiology, first involved feeding mice with a Western diet rich in fat and sugar, and subsequently obese rats were treated with either full spectrum cannabis extract or THC alone for 30 days. Our key findings demonstrate that THC in cannabis extract robustly reduced body weight and viscerally, uh,
Visceral
viscerally,
adiposity.
there we go, visceral adiposity. In diet induced obesity, mice with notable improvements in glucose homeostasis, particularly with cannabis extract, but not THC alone, improving glucose clearance, the researchers wrote. Fat cells in healthy organisms released signaling molecules that enable the regulation of insulin secretion and from pancreas, insulin secretion from the pancreas, where those with obesity and type 2 diabetes often experienced disrupted communication to that end. Notably, the cannabis extract proved to be significantly more effective at helping mice regulate glucose compared to THC. And while extracts normalize glucose clearance in obese mice to levels seen in lean mice, the same could not be said for those of obese mice treated with isolated THC. This seems to be more evidence of the, in quote, entourage effect, with marijuana proving more therapeutically effective when it's with cannabinoids work together rather than individually. The enhanced metabolic effects observed with cannabis extract relative to THC in the form in wait alone in the present study may therefore reflect uh,
Notorial or synergetic interactions.
there you go. I'm kind of done reading this. My neck hurts, to be honest, and yeah, yeah. Basically, it's not that much longer than that. I'm not sure if it does. It might
Mm,
not be. My
Yeah,
neck hurts really bad.
we can just skip the end there. I think we get the point. Basically, they're finding kind of evidence to show why there's that trope of like the super skinny stoner in like TV and cartoons and stuff. You know, whenever I see or at least yeah, whenever I can recall seeing a stoner character The archetype is always like some skinny dude, tall, lanky, skinny dude with,
Yeah, like Grandpa Rick
long hair. Grandpa Rick,
from Rick and Morty.
is he smoke weed?
No, I was just imagining him when you said that.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I guess he smokes lots of stuff. But yeah. But no, I was thinking like the like cartoon um I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, whenever I think of a cartoon character of a stoner, it's always like the lanky hippie with the bandana and kind of long hair. Like, not cool, dude.
Um,
Like the drawn out hacky sack.
um,
Maybe I'm just picturing 90s stoners. As if that, I don't know if they're different now. Or even if there even is a stoner trope these days with the culture broadening to the extent that it has now to people across too many demographic factors all consume and approve of cannabis to be kind of captured in that in any like single sort of depiction, you know?
um,
Because like retirees here in Florida
uh,
don't fit that. I mean, maybe they did when they were younger, though. Maybe they did back in the 90s. 90s was 30 years ago.
Don't
So,
say
yeah.
that.
Yeah. I
um,
mean, uh,
I had a
I,
small article that I thought was just interesting. That
no, it's my turn.
hold on. I just gotta say it. Yeah, it's just about a 12-year-old kid graduating college. Go ahead. Yeah, Mark, go ahead. I'm done.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to read your article and go and jump in front of my article anyway.
No, go ahead. I got you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so this caught my eye. I thought it was pretty interesting because it was something that we touched on in our little brief talk before going live. Repairing things and stuff, how that's not really possible anymore. Um, Battery life kind of trailing down and um, forcing the upgrade to a new device. So this headline here says, today's bans on DIY repairs of everything from cell phones to tractors grew out of Hollywood's fear of videotaping. If you have ever tried to repair something, realize that it was beyond your financial or technical means, and ended up buying a new one, you are not alone. Repairing electronics and household appliances has not been a real option in the United States for decades now, particularly for items that have proprietary software in them. Absurd situations have proliferated. It can cost about the same to buy a new printer as it does to replace the single ink cartridge. The U.S. Department of Defense cannot repair the weapon systems it purchases because the intellectual property rights remain with the manufacturer. John Deere, the farming equipment company, doesn't allow farmers to access the software needed to repair their own combines and tractors because while the purchase covers the physical machinery, it does not cover the software. One consequence, in addition to the cost and frustration for consumers, is environmental harm. The U.S. is the world's second producer of electronic waste after China, to the tune of about 43 pounds of electronic waste annually per person. Only 25% of this e-waste is recycled. The right to repair movement emerged in response, calling for people to be able to repair what they purchase or have third parties uh, uh, calling for people to have the right to repair what they purchase or have third parties do the repair work without unnecessary financial, legal, or technical barriers. Right to repair seems to be a rare area of bipartisanship in Congress. The Warrior Right to Repair Act, introduced in 2025 by a Democrat, and the Repair Act, introduced by a Republican. Oh, the Repair Act. The Warrior Right to Repair Act by the Democrat, and the Repair Act by a Republican are two ongoing legislative initiatives that create a federal framework that would make it easy and cheap for American users to repair their devices. Both bills are fiercely opposed by industry groups. Why?
Can't
As a
imagine.
scholar, yeah, as a scholar of American culture, I found through my research that the origins of the legal and technical obstacles to product repairs lie in debates in the 1980s over new media and copyright guardrails. So, Hollywood and VCRs. The rapid rise and popularity of video cassette recorders, or VCRs, in the late 1970s transformed films and TV shows from transient experiences into tangible consumer goods. As I show in my book Videotape, despite the potential for extra revenue, Hollywood was alarmed by the fact that users were now able to copy films on videotape and tried to stop the technology. Today's repair bans are part of that story. The first U.S. copyright provisions were embedded in the 1790 Constitution. Wow. Over time, the law was amended to include new technologies, but at the core of future legal arrangements remained the initial intent to protect the financial rights of creators while giving enough access to information for society as a whole to progress. Until the second half of the 20th century, the American doctrine of fair use, which allows the unlicensed use of protected works under specific conditions, allowed judges to prevent copyright law from negatively affecting public interest. Organizations such as public libraries, book clubs, universities, and news organizations benefited from this legal approach. The concept was codified into American law in the Copyright Act of 1976. When film studios took Sony to court to stop the production and sale of video recorders in 1976, they argued that Sony's product encouraged copyright infringement. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled in 1984 that taping TV content for personal use did not violate copyright law, expanding the understanding of fair use. The industry then focused on finding technological solution to the piracy problem and on securing stricter legal protections for its products. They identified the digital versatile disc, or DVD, as a safer alternative to the VHS tape. I did not know that the V in DVD stood for versatile. That's interesting. Initially, the DVD was a read-only format. It took a few more years of engineering before affordable recording was possible. Mike. Even then, the process was far more complicated for users than videotape recording. In 1997, barely 1 year after the video disc was launched, all of the Motion Picture Association of America member studios joined the DVD Forum, collectively adopted the new format, and started to phase out films released on videotape. Then came digital rights management, copyright, and virtual locks. Collectively, the term refers to the battery of technological tools that the industry developed in order to control user access to content. These include encryption software and various forms of authentication or enforcement software that limit which types of digital activities users can perform. For instance, some mechanisms block the option to download or share a digital file. The Digital Millennium Copyright Act, or DMCA, signed into law by President Bill Clinton in 1998, provided the broad legal framework that allowed these technological locks to expand far beyond entertainment, including software. The Digital Millennium Copyright Act reflected a new alignment in interests between the entertainment and software industries. It increased existing penalties for copyright infringement online and criminalized any technology used to bypass technological locks. The law was adopted, although at the time and since then, critics warned that it could stifle innovation and increase costs for consumers. Since 1998, more and more consumer products, from toys to dishwashers, use microchips and proprietary software protected by copyright. Because of the DMCA, third-party repairers cannot alter or bypass the proprietary software. If they did so, they would be liable for infringing the manufacturer's intellectual property rights, as is the case for John Deere's farm equipment. Some electronics are even designed to make tampering with the product impossible. Manufacturers pop up, maintain that only they or authorized personnel can and should repair their products. These repairs are often quite costly. When getting a product repaired becomes almost as expensive as buying a new one, many consumers will choose to buy and throw repairable items away. Rising resentment over repair bans. Uh, oh, wait, yeah. Next heading, resentment over repair bans. Technology tends to outpace existing legal arrangements. With over 80% of Americans supporting the right to repair, it remains to be seen when or if American law will catch up with the unexpected consequences of a law meant to protect the intellectual rights of the creative industries, but which is now hurting consumers' pocketbooks. So, yeah.
Makes me think of the big blow up with Napster back in the day.
Yes, exactly. It's the same thing. Same thing, still continuing. We still have not gotten our shit together. Um, yeah.
It's gonna
I
make me buy
feel
a new laptop.
I feel like my eyelid is jumping for some reason. Mm.
Is it okay? Is it any worse than it was
No,
before?
just like every now and then I feel it. Um, yeah.
Probably just muscle spasms.
I heard
Just
someone say that that's a seizure.
Not everything's a seizure.
I'm
thinking not
keeping my
everything's
eye
a
out.
seizure is a seizure.
Yeah, just keeping my eye open for things. Um, yeah, this is weird. But ow. Yeah, I'm all broken over here. This last seizure, I didn't notice all the damage until 3 days later. Uh, I just noticed that I showed you guys the bruise I noticed here yesterday, right? That's hilarious.
Showed me.
Yeah, I was present.
All right.
Oh,
I don't need to show it again.
no,
All
thank
right.
you. Yeah. Um,
Unless everybody else there wants to see my bruise, put it in the
well,
comments.
it was streamed last night, so go look at yesterday's video.
Um, there was this
But
article you sent
did
me
you
there.
did you have any thoughts about the 'cause Andrea
Right to repair.
Oh,
reminded about Napster, but what are you, Pookie? You have any thoughts on that?
well, I mean, anytime I need to repair something, I just go to YouTube and
Just
somebody's built it before me. Someone's cracked the code already. No
Yeah.
need to take it to the shop anymore. Um, yeah, everything's on YouTube. You can look for every piece of your car being removed and fix your car on YouTube. I'm telling you.
Well, some of it might be criminal. By doing so, some of it might be violating the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. If
mm,
you're doing anything that in some way circumvents a um, software lock on something, or if you're plugging into like what's the thing, Andrea, the port
I can't
thing,
remember what
the
it's called, but I know
yeah
what you're talking
the
about.
the
Right.
the port the
there's a
yeah
movie
the
with a
thing.
kid who did that. He fixed the car with YouTube. So
Yeah. A lot of times all you got to do is plug in a thing and just like hit a couple buttons and it just goes back to working like normal. But um, yeah, you have to have either uh, special equipment licensed at exorbitant prices from the manufacturer themselves, or you have to have what would be like jury-rigged and thus highly illegal circumvention equipment to be able to go in and alter code without paying the manufacturer. So,
To
uh,
do anything like with a computer scanner on a car, you got to plug into it. You got to buy the computer that will scan it, which is ridiculously expensive, but then you got to pay for software updates too, so it stays current with all the new stuff they come out with, which is also very expensive.
that might be
yeah,
every day.
you basically gotta, if you aren't like a direct like mechanic for the manufacturer themselves, you basically just gotta bend the knee. Any like independent mechanic has to bend the knee to every auto manufacturer before they can do anything
They got
Some
to
like
bow
places,
that.
down to Snap-on.
some
Yeah.
places only
Yeah.
only work on certain cars. Um,
Yeah. Yeah, exactly, because they only want to pay or they can only afford to pay for the equipment for one, if they're
yeah.
not like the dealership's mechanics there, they're
Well,
probably
and like a lot of mechanic shops don't work on Teslas because you got to go to a Tesla repair person for work on a Tesla,
all
stuff
of
like
it,
that.
all of it is software, everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I
Interesting.
wonder if
Didn't know
I
that.
wonder if Tesla would like actually, I mean, I guess it would depend on what you're doing, but if you go in and start fiddling around with the settings yourself, like if it would just void the warranty or if Tesla might actually come after you and like if the vehicle might phone home and tattle and say, I'm getting I'm getting violated.
Tampered with.
I am
Yeah.
being I am being violated. Help. Yeah.
Um, there
And
was
yeah, they might come and say you are.
Knock on
Yeah.
your
Do
door.
you have to sign anything? I wonder if you have to sign anything with the dealership, with the company, the car company, in order to like agree to terms and services of the software that they're providing you. And if by doing so you have like violated those terms and services, then they might, I don't know.
um
But oh,
with
there was that other the Cybertruck.
they had a video yesterday on the news. A guy was asleep um behind the wheel of a Cybertruck and yeah, just letting it do its thing and taking a ride. Uh can't exactly, oh, I could send it to you. But yeah, I could read it.
I've
It
I
says
got enough.
authorities.
There's several Cybertruck related news stories. I've got one. After yours.
It says authorities are warning drivers about drowsy driving after a man was spotted traveling along Highway 101 in Marin County while appearing to be asleep behind the wheel. The incident appears to involve a Tesla Cybertruck operating in self-driving mode, though it could not be confirmed whether the driver was actually asleep or simply resting. Video of the driver shows his eyes closed with his head leaned back and does not appear to make any noticeable movements. While it
That's
could not be
terrifying.
confirmed, while it could not be confirmed if the driver was actually sleeping, Tesla's full self-driving mode is not fully autonomous and still legally requires the driver to maintain fully attentive and ready to take over at any moment. A level 2 autonomous vehicle means the vehicle is only designed to assist and not substitute the driver. Driving while asleep is considered distracted driving and can be prosecuted under the California Vehicle Code
Just a little
for attention.
distracted.
Yeah.
Slightly.
Prosecuted under the California Vehicle Code for attention or unsafe operation, which could result in fines, demerit points, and possible license impact. The California Highway Patrol has issued reminders to the public about the dangers of drowsy driving, emphasizing the risks involved are comparable to those of drunk driving.
I think
Yeah.
sleep driving is more terrifying than drunk driving.
I think
If you got a Tesla,
I feel like sleep driving should be on the level of mid-seizure epileptic driving. Like you are not conscious and you are in a missile, like a land-going missile, no longer guided, right?
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that
It's
the
kind
whole
of like,
driver assist and self-driving thing is just really scary because I think people have too much security and trust in it.
yeah. Well, the name full self-driving, I think, should be re-evaluated, revoked, banned, whatever, and it should be called something else because it's not full self-driving. If, you know, if you want to emphasize to the vehicle operator in the driver's seat that they have to be attentive and ready to intervene at a moment's notice, right?
Yeah, it's
Full
Yeah, see,
misleading.
self-driving does not convey that at all, does it?
No, not at all.
Yeah. That level, like level 2 autonomous or whatever that they gave, where it's like driver assist, that's a good, yeah. So rather than, full self-driving, just level up from whatever, wherever, um, because, yeah, full self-driving sounds like autonomous, entirely autonomous. And
Yeah, that dude
just
looks like he's
imagine that
sleeping.
would be, yeah, well,
he does.
mm-mm.
Uh, I
It,
sent
He
you the
just
video, Mark, right? You see it?
I think so. Yeah. Did you send it before we started talking or?
No, I sent it now.
it's in the chat.
Okay. Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
hilarious. It does look like he's asleep. Yeah.
He just
So,
totally got his head back like,
mm,
Yeah.
yeah. So that's what's
Okay.
going on. And you can get away with it, it looks like,
Well,
because they
you can get away with
can't be sure.
anything that you don't get caught for.
Yeah, they didn't. He didn't get pulled over. Would it have pulled over? That would
Yeah,
be
it
hilarious.
would have. They are attuned to police lights, flashing lights, and they will pull.
Oh,
And if the police officer doesn't drive past, then will fully stop, right? Because they're intelligent enough to know that, police emergency vehicles approaching from behind, you have to clear the path, get out of the way. So if they stay behind you as you are clearing the path, then you are getting pulled over and it will just continue to slow down until, yeah, it reaches zero. Um, but that's that's I don't know.
yeah.
This is
Full
this
car.
is something that bothers me also because I've mentioned this a few times in our Zoom meetings. I have a bit of hope that some of these technologies being built and developed into some of these vehicles might allow epileptics to have driving privileges again. If not, full driving, a like over in Europe, I think Scandinavia up there, the Nordic countries, when you get your driver's license, you um, have to pass your driver's license with a manual transmission. Um,
Oh wow.
if you do not take your driver's test with a manual transmission, if you use an automatic, you will get a driver's license that will permit you only to operate automatic transmission vehicles. So you'll be prohibited from getting behind the wheel of a stick shift, period. If you are driving one and you are caught, you are no, no.
Driving without a
Plus, I mean,
license.
the Scandinavian countries, everything's like a polite slap on the wrist, and they want to rehabilitate you and teach you that you need to do it this other way. You either need to learn to, um, yeah,
Yeah.
operate a clutch pedal, or you need to. But in this same way, like one could consider the automatic transmission to be these driver assist features that are being added, more and more and
Um,
more assisting. But like
I I read
if
another article um about the assist thing. Um, Mercedes, they don't allow you to turn and reach for things and stuff like that. It won't keep going straight for you, but it'll help you go straight with you paying attention. And
yeah,
yeah, that's not safe for the Tesla. I didn't know it does all that.
yeah, I think that Mercedes even has like audible alarms that go off if you don't have two hands on the steering wheel also.
Yeah,
Or if you let go with one hand for too long, or maybe it's just at least one hand on the steering wheel or something
and
like
it
that.
has lane
You're not
change
prepared
assist.
to intervene if the car does something wrong if you don't already have a hand on the steering wheel, right?
Um, and it
So,
has lane change assist.
oh yeah, you just like flick the thing and it does it for you.
Yeah,
That's
it just makes sure
kind
it's
of cool.
safe and it gets over safely for you. Uh,
Yeah.
I didn't trust it, but I was in the car, so I was just like, okay. There was no one around to hit us, so I was just like, you're just showing off now, basically. You're just showing me what the car does.
Well, so,
Uh,
is it much of a show off if there's nobody around?
right. There was not that many cars. So when we got over, there was no one to worry about. Like you could have got over without your blinker, but that was just a time where my people felt like he had to show me. I needed to see this in his car.
Yeah.
Watch it help me get over.
But if these driver assists keep improving to the point where, well, I mean, they've improved to the point where it's not assisting the driver so much as the driver is just standing by to catch the 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 driving system, right? So if you compare that to an epileptic being behind the wheel, um, just needing to be um, conscious to intervene, um, you'd need the statistical likelihood of both events co-occurring at the exact same time in order for an accident to happen because an epileptic person is having a seizure behind the wheel with the full self-driving mode. So if we can introduce another something, if like linking up to a smartwatch or something, that can provide like medical feedback to the car through Bluetooth of what the driver is experiencing, and if they can see something that correlates, or even if they have a camera inside the car, aimed at the nanny cam for the driver, right? They have
Does we need to be watched more often?
I mean, they put
We
cameras
don't
on
need any more
everything,
watching.
anywhere, everywhere, but if it's not necessarily like as a surveillance, but to be able to see if the person is still fully engaged, to be able to detect a grand mal, you need to see a spike in the heart rate, but also see convulsive action, right, in order for the car to be able to intelligently intervene. Um, or, in that case, intelligently intervene would be to disconnect the driver inputs of, smashing down a gas pedal or brake pedal or, turning wildly into traffic next to you. If it's got all of that set up and aware enough of all of everything around you that it knows, okay, don't do that until it's safe, right? Then it can get you off the road safely without being a danger to anybody else around you, right?
I will never be under the opinion that it will not be a danger because there's too many electronic and malfunctions that happen. You get a glitch in the matrix and the whole thing goes to shit.
Mm, the you
You
hear
guys
about
ever?
a handful of spectacular failures. You don't necessarily always consider at the same time how many um, successes there are out there that are not doing these spectacular failures. Um,
I just wouldn't trust it.
Um,
Robots are going to take over the world and I don't like it.
yeah, it's gonna be like iRobot. You're gonna be like, oh, he's okay. And then he's gonna show them that he can get angry. Then it's gonna be a problem. That was hilarious. Will Smith was like, that's an emotion they call anger. He's like, I did not murder him. Big dent in the desk. I mean, in the table. That was my favorite part. Um,
I haven't seen that movie in so long, man. Oh,
check it out
yeah, man.
any day. Um,
I remember the year it was released. I
I was looking at a
convinced my
video.
parents to let me, take me to the movie theater to watch it on my birthday day.
I was watching the news because that's what happens here when the morning starts. So I was watching the news one morning
Good
and they
Morning
were showing,
America, Today Show.
no, it was some days ago. Uh,
No, I mean like
but yeah, seeing a
oh,
pickpocket for the first time that wasn't in a movie. They have a whole ring of this going on in San Francisco. Uh, So I seen some videos on camera, and I was like, wow, like it looks so easy in the movie, but when they showed it just like walking down the street, they got some videos now. I'll send you guys a link. But yeah, you guys ever
Um,
seen a pickpocket in real life?
I don't know. I've never caught a pickpocket in real life. That doesn't mean I haven't seen them. Might
Good
just
point.
mean that they're good. I've seen good ones.
Damn.
Um, but
Uh,
a scary thing though these days with all of the contactless card, to near field communication, um, there are rather easy to cobble together devices that one can um, find instructions for on the dark web, that can go, and all you got to do is basically have it in your pocket and accidentally bump into somebody right next to their wallet, and it'll just
doing
pull
worse than that.
pull all of the everything. You got to make sure anything you have containing any of your devices that have any um, you know no contact pay
Have
capability, any
zippers
of
on your
your
pockets.
they don't need to pick your pockets to pick your pockets. They just, you know, pull it through thin air, and then they've got
They're
all of
getting
your
too
data
good.
right there. Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, yeah.
you
They
got
do
no
that with
So
car key fobs and stuff now too, with the keyless start stuff.
Oh wow.
They can they can just steal the little whatever the key fob's putting out, and then they can just get in your car and leave.
It's not funny, but it is.
it is kind of a little bit funny. Yeah.
Makes me
Not
not
gonna
want to
steal
leave my
my
house.
car.
I mean, I don't have a car, but yeah,
Yeah,
uh,
but yeah. Oh, poor
have
kitty.
not
Kitty getting attacked by Mike out there. But
before.
you can a way to help shield against this is to line the surfaces of your containers that you keep your um devices in with a foil or something of some sort. Even basic like aluminum foil is enough to shield it and prevent that transfer. But you got to make sure it's like completely all the way around the insides. But um, yeah. Or if you have a backpack, you could just take one of the pouches and just a little bit of super glue and a couple little spots on the inside, and tuck it up in underneath in the inside one of the pouches, and you got a safe spot there. But beware, it will um, block your phone signal. You will um, um, I don't know. I haven't done it to a pocket that I've stored my phone in to know like well enough how well just a bit of foil would work on that. But I know definitely the actual from the factory meant to be RF shielded pouches will like seal your phone to dead silence, drop off from all of the network, all the cell towers and everything. It's a Faraday bag.
It's
Faraday bag is what they call it.
if you
Uh,
check out the video I sent to you, it's they're doing this in Chinatown, and
oh,
uh, yeah, they said it's a crew, pickpocket crew.
yeah. I mean, yeah, that makes sense.
It
You think,
amazes me that they can do that without, like, rummage through someone's backpack without them even noticing while you walk down the street.
Right. Someone run into me, I'm instantly like, hey, watch out. Look down at your hands as you pull it away. Uh, but no, that
Yeah,
makes me think every time I leave the house now. But my Nike Tech
yeah.
outfit, it has zippers on the pockets. So yeah, but that's not every outfit. Uh,
It was pretty slick the way that, yeah. I mean, it makes sense too, that little video working in crews. Um, I can't imagine being any more successful without having people to, I mean, that was smooth. He went with one hand, grab, and then just look right behind him. And within 2 seconds, it had gone from the owner's hands to the pickpocket's hands to the pickpocket's partner's hands. So even if the guy turned around, the guy who actually took it out of his backpack has already walked into a store right next to
yeah,
him. There's no one around.
you
And
have to be in a
even
crew.
then, he wouldn't have had any reason to turn around in the first place because the guy was like so booked. But yeah, I don't know. They'd have to have been following him for more than just that quick little walk up in order to get
They're
that.
preying on people in Chinatown.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Is it the triads?
Hmm,
I mean,
you never know.
yeah.
Um,
I feel racist saying that now. Is it?
don't.
Don't.
You'll be all right.
Okay.
I got an article here. It says Mexico City is sinking so quickly it can be seen from space.
Wait. I had a Tesla, a Cybertruck article too. The other one, there was links to the Cybertruck article. I wanted to link or to read in the article that you read about the Cybertruck guy asleep. Before we go
Oh,
too far off, I think this one is pretty entertaining. It's
yeah, go ahead.
another strong commentary on the critical reasoning uh, capabilities of the average Cybertruck owner. Okay.
You're talking about the Wade mode.
Yes, Texas man intentionally drove Cybertruck into lake to use vehicle's quote wade mode, police say. I did not even know there was a wade mode in it. Like
What is
what the
wave
heck?
mode?
Uh Wade, DE, not VE.
Oh,
Yeah.
what is it?
Either way, I don't know. Let's find out. First responder, yeah, Grapevine Lake, Texas. First responders in Tech. That's actually kind of ironic name. Hearing it through Grapevine Lake. Um, First responders had to remove a Tesla Cybertruck from the lake Monday evening after Grapevine Police Department said that the driver intentionally drove it into the water. Officers responded to Katie's Woods Park boat ramp located off Katie's Woods Drive around 8 p.m. They arrived and found the Cybertruck in the lake near the shoreline. The department said the driver, Jimmy Jack McDaniel, told them he intentionally drove the vehicle into the lake to try and use its quote wade mode feature. Now that's a Southern American name if ever I heard one. Jimmy Jack McDaniel. Yeah.
Like Big Daddy.
However, the Cybertruck was disabled and took on water. Tried to use the wade mode, however, it was disabled and started taking on water, police said, prompting the driver and the passenger to abandon it. The vehicle was removed with the help of Grapevine Fire Department's water rescue team. Police said McDaniel remains in jail as of Tuesday, charged with operation of a vehicle in a closed section of the lake, not having a valid boat registration, and other water safety equipment violations. I bet they weren't wearing life vests.
Probably
Uh,
not.
The
What are
department
they?
reminds drivers that while a vehicle may be physically capable of entering shallow freshwater areas, doing so could create legal and safety concerns under Texas state law. Can a Cybertruck safely enter a lake? They ask. According to
Yeah,
Tesla's online owner's
definitely.
manual for the Cybertruck, wade mode allows, quote, allows Cybertruck to enter and drive through bodies of water such as rivers or creeks. However, the manual warns that drivers have a responsibility to, quote, gauge the depth of any body of water before entering, and that damage to the vehicle as a result of driving in water is not covered by warranty. Okay. Yeah.
So he just
Additionally,
threw away his Cybertruck.
additionally, yeah, because he didn't even turn it on. Additionally, the manual tells owners they need to check water conditions before entering and use best judgment. That another failure. The manual also notes the maximum wade depth for a Cybertruck is about 32 inches, measuring from the bottom of the tire. That's pretty deep. That's not so bad,
It
actually.
is.
The manual also warns Cybertruck drivers that soft or muddy underwater surfaces can cause the vehicle to sink, increasing the water level on it. Drivers are also warned against driving in strong currents or rapids. Wow. I mean, yeah, it's a good thing they included that in strong currents or rapids, but wow, they had to explicitly say don't try to take your Cybertruck whitewater rafting.
It would be an owner of a Cybertruck that would try to take it whitewater rafting.
I mean, if any vehicle is
White water
capable of
rafting.
such revolutionary performance, it would be the Cybertruck.
Of course.
Yeah,
Wasted a truck. Um,
I don't know. I think the entertainment value for the rest of us is well worth Jimmy Jack McDaniel's investment and negligence in turning on his vehicle
He
before
made a
he knew it.
sacrifice for us all.
It was,
right.
yes, yeah,
Yeah.
that
I wonder if he took a video of it.
I don't know.
Uh,
There's
I'm sure
video
it's
here at the top of the um, article, but it's not playing on my computer here, so I don't know. But it is a Cybertruck in a lake, no shoreline. I mean, well, distant shoreline at the horizon. I mean, it's tilted off to the side, so it's clearly taking on water. Um, yeah, it doesn't look like it's even close to a boat ramp. Isn't that what
It
it
does
said?
not.
He drove it, basically just drove it and rolled it down the boat ramp.
oh, people these days.
Yeah, well, in the long tradition of Cybertruck proponents, all the way back to Mr. Musk himself shattering a bulletproof window with a little steel ball on stage. Uh, yeah,
I believe it was Joe Rogan that shot the Cybertruck with a bow and it broke. Uh,
the bow or the arrow,
bow.
the truck.
The bow broke. Um,
Really?
and I
Okay.
believe they bet like $1 or something like that. Uh,
Well, yeah, friendly bet. I can see that. Yeah. I mean, why not? It seemed personable enough.
but the bow
Just like
broke.
Joe Rogan seemed. Yeah. Well, the arrow broke, presumably, right?
The arrow broke. There we go.
He didn't. That would be impressive if he shoots it with a bow and arrow, and when the arrow hits the truck, the bow shatters in his hands. That would be, I would say that merits a second look. Um, yeah, I want to see that video now or whatever. Both videos. I want to see Elon Musk shattering his own truck's window and getting super embarrassed, but I want to see Joe Rogan.
Um, I got a article that I was going to tell you about. There's this 12-year-old kid. He just graduated as valedictorian of a college.
Ooh, cool.
Yeah,
Okay.
on Thursday. I'm going to
What
read you.
That's
college?
interesting. Yeah.
Says a 12-year-old student will graduate Friday from Evergreen Valley College with an associate degree in mathematics.
Oh,
Perfect
associate's degree.
4.0, a perfect 4.0 GPA and valedictorian honors. Fung Hugh Depp, who also goes by Hugh and whose initials spell PhD, is completing college years ahead of schedule. When asked about his approach to learning, he said, "When I don't understand something, I work really hard on it, ask questions, and try to learn from mistakes." His academic journey began in third grade when he realized he was more than advanced. He was more than a far more advanced coursework. I realized in like third grade that I was already able to do pre-algebra, instead just multiplication tables. So that's just where my journey started, he said. He soon asked his father for a greater challenge. I asked my dad, could he enroll me in harder classes? What started as single pre-calculus class at Berkeley Community College quickly accelerated. By age 10, Depp left middle school to attend college full time. He's had to attend 6 different community colleges to put together a full time course. Low due to his age, he's graduating. He already has his next step plan. All right, good stuff, kid.
That's pretty spectacular, but
Yeah, an
I
associate's
don't know.
degree
It's
is
12-year-old.
a 2-year degree, not a 4-year degree. So that's an important point to make. Not to minimize his achievement or his intelligence, but yeah, when they write a headline like that, a lot of people, immediately picture him getting completing his undergraduate studies and ready to move on to, um, working on a PhD as a 12-year-old. And no, that's not going to happen. With an associate's degree, he still has a minimum of 2 more years of coursework before he completes a bachelor's degree, which is a prerequisite to getting um, into any
Um,
graduate program. So it's a good step. It significantly reduces what he needs to do to get his bachelor's degree. And, it's a great way to like game the system, so to speak. There's a lot of tuition assistance available at community college level for young students who are able to, test into the classes. Um, and even if you're not like a particularly young student, like the community college coursework is, I mean, it's the same material, calculus is calculus.
I
They
got
can't change it. I mean, they might teach it in a more aggressive way at certain institutions, but you can get, for lower tuition cost, credit for those courses that can then transfer into a a 4-year university program and then complete, the final 2 years of the specialization. So, um, yeah, cool. Good on him. Really good. And pure
Um,
mathematics
that
is
was
one of the hardest, most sought after. I mean, basically any
um,
field can.
there's a little more of the article that I didn't read that
Oh,
I didn't see because they make you see all these pictures and
yeah.
stuff, and then you gotta add email to go lower. So I gave them a fake
Yeah.
email address, and they let me
Okay.
go lower.
Hey.
So I'll read the rest of the article.
Yeah, yeah.
It says, my current future goals are getting another degree, he said. He plans to continue his education with hopes of eventually attending UC Berkeley and then medical school. When asked which medical school, he said, I don't really know much about schools right now, but Depp does know he wants to become an infectious disease physician. I chose I chose that job to pursue because my experience in outbreaks in catfish aquaculture from my research presentation, he said. His research focuses on harmful bacteria impacting fish farms in Vietnam, work inspired work inspired by a recent visit to his parents' home country. Depp overheard local farmers talking about the problem and he wanted to help solve it. That research work is now set to be published in a scientific journal, and he will present it in Washington D.C. next month. Despite the academic achievements, Depp said he is still a typical 12-year-old in many ways. I usually call my friends on like Discord, Google Chat, play Minecraft or Roblox, he said. He also maintains friendships and activities outside of the classroom. So I still hang out with some of my friends from elementary, like playing online games and going to Taekwondo classes 3 times a week, he said. At home, he does not always win arguments with his parents. Not always, he said. When asked if he is always right, he said, not always. Depp said adjusting adjusting with his college age peers has sometimes been challenging, but he's made a lot of friends while on campus. It's really hard because sometimes, don't know enough culture to understand what they're saying, he said. Even with his accomplishments, he continues to set personal goals to get better at Vietnamese and get a black belt in Taekwondo. Beyond academics, Depp said one of the most important lessons he has learned was from Dr. Jose Cabrera at a San Jose college, a concept with what he calls productive struggling. Okay, one second. Uh, when he said College of San Jose, and then I thought about Berkeley because I'm from the area. To go to both, he's going to 5 colleges at one time. Berkeley and San Jose are really far apart. Uh,
Online
yeah.
courses, maybe.
Uh, I don't know, but
Parents
yeah,
might be community. I mean, college courses are usually scheduled like Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or Tuesday, Thursday. So it might be have, I mean, his parents are clearly incredibly supportive. So if like all of this, it sounds like
yeah,
they would be perfectly willing probably to drive him to one campus one day, other campus another day, back, forth, back, forth, back, forth, if it's in the best interest of their child's performance and outcome, especially if it's going to get them this kind of attention, right?
I
right.
To
would
get
be,
him,
he
I don't
says he
know.
wants to be a doctor. I would have a hard time wanting to go to a doctor that was that young.
Right. I need you to get like
Well,
2 years under your belt. I
Right.
don't
I
think
don't
I'd
know.
want him training with me in
You,
particular. Because
I
I
wouldn't.
have had a nurse come in and they ask, "This is a student. Would you have a problem if she did the stuff or whatever?" And then I'd be like, "No, cool." Uh,
Yeah, but I mean, he wouldn't be going into medical school with an associate's degree. He would still have to complete his pre-med degree or whatever, and an associate's degree in mathematics doesn't sound like it's necessarily leading into a pre-med degree. He might have a whole other, two undergraduate degrees that he has in mind. He could finish an entire degree in mathematics in 2 years and still be 14 and take all the time, regular amount of time, 4 years to complete an entire, undergraduate pre-med degree, like biology, something.
yeah,
So
And
by
because he got
20.
then
started,
he's then he's 18 years old, and then he has to go into medical school, and he's got years of medical school, and he's got years of residency. So before he's practicing medicine on his own, he's got years and years and years. Would you feel that uncomfortable with a 20 something under the
every time I've
supervision of
walked
a
into the room
doctor?
and I see some doctor who looks that young, yeah, I always wonder about, I don't know. I just have second thoughts about it.
Well,
He's going to
I
be
don't
so
know.
much younger than anybody else that is starting to practice since he's got such a head start.
He's that much more gifted than any of his peers that he was able to complete all of the same course requirements, coursework that they did in less than half of the time. I mean, if he's
Um,
I'm
not
not
so smart,
denying that he's smart. I just
if
think that he
he's
doesn't
equally
probably have
qualified,
I'm not denying that he's smart and understands the bookwork part of it, but the actual like life experience that someone has, I don't know. I
yeah,
just feel
I
like their
understand that.
maturity level would not be the same.
technical competence is not necessarily based on life performance, life experience. If anything, he would have to have the same amount of
Mm.
residency, same number of years. So he would, by the time he gets his MD, he would have the same amount of experience in the medical field itself as any of his other graduating peers. So I don't see why his birth date would make that big of a difference. I can understand the discomfort just based on, you know, yeah, like what's this Zoomer kid know? But
What if your
That's
neuro
basically
was
it.
12 years old?
I mean, he's not going to be able to get a license to legally practice medicine at 12 years old. That
I'm
is
just playing with you.
that is a
You
fact.
accept it
But
if your
I mean,
neurologist was
if I
12?
have a conversation with a particularly young recent graduate and he seems to me, by all impressions and metrics, as competent as any other medical professional. I don't see any reason to, you know, I don't know. That might be part of coming from part of like what, like my experience with my heart surgery and stuff. It was done at a teaching hospital when I was 12 years old. So was a medical student, a young medical student who did my heart surgery, catheter ablation back when it was a brand new, like still
Oh, yeah, your opinion's
still
definitely
research.
biased.
So, but um, it was under the supervision of the chair of the pediatric cardiology department. So it was like one of the baby doctors there with, the big daddy cardiologist looking right over his shoulder and making sure that every single move that he made was exactly what needed to be done. But um,
Look at you now.
Hey, for
I
better
got
or
stitches from
worse.
a
uh,
resident once and it did not turn out well. So no.
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean, just before that surgery, the IV that they had to put in, then yeah, it was a nurse, being taught how to insert IVs. And, she tried, I had rolling veins. She tried 3 times on my right arm, or 3 or 4 times on my right arm, and poke, 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 and couldn't get it. And I suck. Like, even just normal blood tests, I have a history of getting close to passing out. Just vasovagal reaction. Even when I don't even feel the needle, can like turn my head and know nothing at all about what is actually going on. It's like my body just knows it and lights out. But so yeah, 3, 4 pokes. I'm getting ready to lose it. And so she decides to, okay, let's switch arms, try the other arm. And 1, 2, um, yeah, that's when the nurse instructor took the needle and was like, okay, we'll try another patient with you. And she did it and got it in one try, you know. So yeah, it can go both ways. But the individuals that they have there learning to insert IVs are not the same skill level as the individuals they have there learning to thread catheters all the way up from a person's leg into their heart to
Well,
do
yeah,
like
I'm sure.
burn out specific sections with a little electrode and stuff, you know. Um, so yeah, I don't know.
like that
I mean,
article.
people
Plus,
got to learn.
I relate a lot to what, being the young kid in that, and I got the associate's degree, and yeah, that transferred over, and yeah, so um, I wasn't 12 when I finished an associate's degree, but
Why
um,
not?
because the mathematics level that I tested at when I was pulled out of school at fourth grade, my mother thought was too much to put me in, that it would end up moving me too far away from my peer group. So instead of putting me in um, high school algebra, she stuck me down in eighth grade math, something. So, um, yeah, it was a conscious decision. It was more of a challenge than anything that I would ever see in a fourth grade class, but it still, I kind of regret. I wish I had pushed harder for more of a challenge because it really was not a challenge at the time. But I felt that it was all just a box to check off before I could go do the stuff that I wanted to do. It wasn't interesting or fun the way it was being presented in the curricula that they had at that school. Um, yeah, it took a long time before it started getting interesting. It wasn't until the actual engineering school when I see, okay, the practical applications of the sort of math that they've been teaching me for all these years. This is when, okay, now I can go back and buckle down and learn and try to really focus, understand why this works that way, as opposed to just, oh, okay, check the box, there's the answer. So, um, yeah. But yeah,
Yeah.
being the several years younger in a college environment, when you're surrounded by 18 to 20-year-olds and you're 12 to 15, um, they don't like having, someone that much younger than them doing in that same coursework and stuff. It is inherently alienating. Um, fresh high school graduates don't like
They don't want to hang out with 12-year-olds.
don't want to, yeah, particularly don't want to be, um,
Yeah, you see, he already graduated valedictorian,
yeah, which means
so
he
that's
blew all the grading curves on every class that he went to.
yeah,
He was not there making friends. Like,
that
I
is
can almost
embarrassing.
guarantee that.
The smartest kid here is a 12-year-old,
Yeah,
graduated ahead of everyone.
6 years young. Yeah, a middle schooler came and outperformed all of you.
Right.
Right.
You think that the rest of the graduating class really took kindly to him?
I wouldn't think so.
It's inherently
The ones who
alienating.
didn't know him were surprised.
Didn't know
I'll bet.
what.
The ones who did not know him until graduation were the surprised ones.
Oh, yeah, yeah. But I mean, in a community college, there's typically it's a small enough campus and enough like common curricula, like, you got a certain amount of writing intensive courses, a certain amount of, everybody's got to take speech.
UC
Everybody's got
Berkeley
to,
is
um,
that's a big college.
well, yeah, but they said community college, Berkeley Community College. Didn't
Oh,
know.
okay.
And I mean, collecting credits from all of these, he said, six different colleges collecting credits to assemble I don't know why it was that complicated for them. Um, but yeah, I thought I heard Berkeley Community or something, but um, yeah, I don't know. I mean, good for him. I think he sounds like he'll make a good doctor. If he's that conscientious, if he wants to learn, if he's asking for more coursework, he's going to be a very good physician. Um,
I'd still want to wait till he got a little older.
well, yeah, I will wait until he graduates, but yeah, I wouldn't, um, I don't know. He didn't say he wants to go into neurology, so I guess it doesn't quite matter. But yeah,
You're good there.
I wouldn't
That's what neurology. So,
I
well,
wouldn't mind seeing him or an individual like him.
if he walked in to ready your IV, hypothetically speaking, go for it or no?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
It's 4:20 on the East Coast. Ah,
Better celebrate.
Um, yeah, there's this
okay,
article I had yesterday, and Mark, you said it was interesting before I even said anything about it. I just read you the description. So I was hoping you would read it. And I believe I sent it to you. So check that out and read that for us. Uh,
what did I do? Oh no.
yeah.
Um,
Uh, everybody out there watching, press that thumbs up button. We got this article we are going to read before we go, and Mark is going to read it on your mark. But Andrea, did you hear what I said?
About
Oh man,
yeah, you said a lot of things.
you've
yeah, I
said a
did.
lot. Which one are you particularly referring to?
I forgot all of them now.
Shout out
Anyhow,
sponsors, man.
Mark,
Like,
I sent you that article.
subscribe.
You gonna read that to us? Everybody,
Like,
press
subscribe,
that.
and share.
Everybody that's
Yeah,
watching, press that thumbs up button.
share and subscribe. There we go. Got it all mixed up, jumbled up. Where are we? Okay, so um, owner of Peanuts Music sues three companies and U.S. government alleging illegal use of its catchy tunes. So in Los Angeles, this is from the AP. The owner of the music of A Charlie Brown Christmas and other Peanuts television specials filed four lawsuits Wednesday against defendants, including the U.S. Department of Interior, alleging they illegally used the jazzy ditties of pianist Vince Guaraldi. I hope I pronounced that right. Guaraldi, in social
Looks right.
media posts and a video game. A video game. What did the Department of Interior make a video game for? Lee Mendelson Film Productions filed the suits in federal courts in New York and Washington, D.C. The defendants also include a video game company, an auction house, and a belt maker. Okay, that's the Department of Interior did not make a video game. One lawsuit argues the Interior Department did not have permission to use Giraldi's arrangement of O Tannenbaum from A Charlie Brown Christmas in a digital holiday card posted to social media. The department said in an email to the Associated Press that it does not comment on litigation. Another lawsuit alleges Heritage Auctions illegally used Linus and Lucy, the beloved non-Christmas song the kids danced to in A Charlie Brown Christmas that became the de facto Peanuts theme in posts on Facebook and Instagram promoting an auction of collectibles. Similar claims of social media misuse in another suit against Buckle Down Incorporated, a belt company that makes Peanuts themed products. Christina Rees, a representative of Heritage Auctions, said in an email, at this time, Heritage has not been served with or reviewed the complaint. If and when we receive it, we will review the allegations and respond as appropriate. Email messages, comments from other defendants. Email messages seeking comments from other defendants were not immediately answered. Lee Mendelson Film Productions of Burlingame, California, was founded by and is named for the producer who collaborated with Peanuts creator Charles Schultz and director Bill Melendez to create the TV specials. Or the TV specials based on Schultz's comic strips starting with 1965's A Charlie Brown Christmas. Mendelssohn, who died in 2019, hired the jazz pianist Giraldi to provide the mellow, often melancholy music, including Christmas Time is Here and Linus and Lucy. The company decided to take the sweeping action after what they said was becoming an intolerable digital glut of unfair use of the music. Attorney Mark Jacobson said in a statement that Lee Mendelson Film Productions will no longer will no longer tolerate companies using their property without a license, especially in this era of instant digital sharing. He said, quote, the rights of creators and the protection of iconic cultural assets must be vigorously enforced. Peanuts Worldwide LLC, which owns the rights to Charlie Brown, Snoopy, and the other characters, is not a party in any of the lawsuits. The fourth suit alleges a video game publisher, Game Mill Entertainment, in its 2025 Peanuts video game, Snoopy and the Great Mystery Club, violated copyright by using new music compositions meant to invoke Giraldi's pieces, including Linus and Lucy and Skating. What? The plaintiffs said no permission was sought for the music and the copycat versions are too close to the originals not to require it. Lee Mendelson Film Productions is seeking varying financial damages from the defendant claims, including at least $300,000 from Game Mill. And in every case, the plaintiff is seeking a judge's injunction that the alleged copyright violations immediately stop and not be repeated. Yeah. What do you guys think about?
Um, yeah, that's messed up that they used his song, and I believe he deserves that money. Yeah, he
Well,
deserves every bit of what he's asking.
I don't know. I haven't heard the music, but the one that where was it?
They used it for a digital Christmas card. Uh, so this is obviously old, but
here.
yeah.
The fourth suit alleges video game publisher Game Mill Entertainment in 2025 Peanuts video game made Snoopy and the Great Mystery Club violated copyright by using new music compositions meant to invoke Giraldi's pieces, including Linus and Lucy and Skating. So, presumably, right, Game Mill Entertainment must have sought licensing for the characters and the IP of the Peanuts themselves, right? Period. For in order to be able to make a Snoopy video game. So they had to have had that, presumably. Maybe they didn't. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that. But I'm going to just run with the assumption that they did. Um, so they created new music compositions for their own licensed video game that were meant to invoke the music pieces that are, historically and sentimentally associated with these characters, right? So they're just trying to fit set and setting of their video game to the intellectual property that they have licensed. And they did so by composing new original music, not Linus and Lucy and Skating.
You
So
don't want your music these days to be
so they're
connected
saying they're
to
saying it's too
politics.
similar, right? They sought no permission to write their own music and that the copycat versions, as they call them, copycat versions, are too close to the originals not to require permission. I think that one's a little iffy. I don't know how I feel. Um,
I'm with you on
well,
These
that.
days,
what are they supposed to do if not try to create a video game that feels like a Peanuts video game, except compose music that feels and sounds like historic Peanuts music? It sounds like an impossible
um,
situation. They just want to extort $300,000 from Game Mill. And being a
man,
small independent video game publisher, they're probably banking on the fact that these are usually running on extremely thin, tight budgets and will not have the free funds to fight this in extended litigation. And even though they're not in the wrong, it will likely be easier for them to pay to make it go away than to actually
Settle.
fight out and prove that they did not do anything wrong. They did not violate, that their music was not too close, that it was not an actual copyright violation. So I think that's,
Well, and what's too close, you know?
yeah,
That's somebody's opinion.
yeah,
And it's probably would be cheaper for them to just settle out of court than to pay all of the attorneys you would need to fight it.
yeah.
yeah.
And then unfortunately, in this day and age, it seems like a lot of times or at least my impression when I've seen, you know, out of court settlements, are essentially taken to be admissions of guilt, right? If they settled out of court, it's like, oh, they did it, and they're just giving hush money. I mean, no,
That's not always the case.
that's not always the case. And a lot of times the legal system is weaponized. Um, yeah, the wealthy can afford to ride out ridiculous claims and yeah, just force their will on anyone that doesn't have the same level of financial backing or who isn't willing to simply like uh, straddle themselves with legal fee debt for the remainder of their life. And yeah,
Mhm.
probably enough debt for like their children and their grandchildren too, if things like that could be passed on.
So, um, you're talking about lawsuits and stuff, and then notification just pops up on my screen, advertisement on the bottom and advertisement on the far right, and it says age discrimination lawyers. I don't think we said anything about age discrimination, did we?
No, but they think you're
Maybe they got
thinking
that from the 12-year-old doctor.
that, oh, you're the age discriminator, Andrea.
I am.
They
Ooh.
are listening.
Yeah, or maybe, I mean, since it's popping up to your personalized advertisement device thing, maybe they think you're old and being discriminated against.
Ah, maybe. Okay, makes sense.
Probably not. Probably not. It's probably just, yeah, I don't know.
Because it says I have searched nothing about a lawyer.
Yeah,
Uh,
well, yeah, but here we are talking about them live on one of Google's platforms. So
oh
obviously they
yeah,
know that
that
you're,
too.
yeah.
You were talking
Um,
about lawyers yesterday too, because they
yeah,
keep calling.
Yeah, they keep calling. Nothing's on the computer though. But yeah, I see what you mean. Everything going on right now. But yeah, about the music, I was saying that that person he doesn't. A lot of people don't want their music connected to politics these days. So that could be a reason why he had to say something because you do
yeah.
not want your music connected to something that's going on.
That brings around, yes, circle around. Um,
Yeah.
there was
So
that I mentioned last night that there was um, a another lawsuit, like copyright infringement lawsuit that I wanted to bring up, a copyright infringement against the government that I wanted to bring up. So, you ready for this one? Shouldn't
I
be
don't
too
have
big.
long. I
Yeah, it
got
shouldn't be
company
too
coming in
big,
a little
but
bit.
yeah, it shouldn't be too big, but yeah. So, I don't know if either of you are familiar with the like industrial metal band Skinny Puppy. No? Okay.
no,
Um,
no, no. That
no.
sounds hilarious. I love the funny
Um,
name ones.
well, yeah. The yeah, industrial band Skinny Puppy demands $666,000 after music is used in Guantanamo torture. So the band filed a claim for 666,000 and expressed outrage that their music was being used, quote, as an actual weapon against somebody in the U.S. detention center. The Canadian electro-industrial band is asking for thousands of dollars in royalties after learning that the U.S. military used their music to torture prisoners at Guantanamo Bay. Skinny Puppy claimed they filed a $666,000 bill with America's Defense Department. We sent them an invoice for our musical services, considering they had gone ahead and used our music without our knowledge and used it as an actual weapon against somebody, keyboardist Kevin Key recently told CTV News. I'm not only against the fact that they're using our music to inflict damage on somebody else, but that they are doing it without anybody's permission. Skinny Puppy first learned about the alleged use of their music from a former Guantanamo Bay guard who was, quote, affected or offended by the detention camp's practices. Although the Vancouver-born band originally planned to use their new album cover as an invoice to the Pentagon, they have now received, quote, coaching and apparently sent an actual physical document to government officials. They're even considering a lawsuit. Uh, we are not making a point looking for financial gain, Key underlined, but nor is the group entirely surprised that the songs were used as sonic punishment for Gitmo's detainees. Quote, we thought this would end up happening in a weird way, he admitted in an interview with the Phoenix New Times. Quote, because we make unsettling music, we can see it being used in a weird way, but it does not sit right with us. Skinny Puppy aren't the only group whose music has reportedly been used to torture terrorist suspects and enemy combatants at the United States base in Cuba. Um, According to earlier reports, songs by Metallica, Rage Against the Machine, Queen, Eminem, and even David Gray. What? It's an issue that no one wants to deal with, Gray said in 2008. It's shocking that there isn't more of an outcry. Weapon, Skinny Puppy's 12th studio album is out now. Yeah. So, um, how about that?
Yeah, I don't want my music connected to the politics of this country in
Right.
particular. I understand that. At this point in
Um,
time, I fully understand that.
but I mean, more like, yeah, not connecting it to politics unless it is the artist's politics that they are putting. If they want to be political, let them, right? Dixie Chicks and stuff, right? Back and they decided to get all political and then they got all kinds of backlash and, whatnot, whatever. Let them do whatever they want. But, you know, I don't know. Don't do it. Yeah, especially like in this case, the song, like the music that they were using, the industrial music. I'll send you a link.
Like, how
I'm
they even
listening to
find
some
that
right now.
out? How do you find things out like that? The song that they're playing, unless someone who was there was like, "Oh, we use this song with that." That's wild to know to find. How
Well,
they
just
find
the
things out like that?
Somebody talked.
Yeah,
yeah. Well, just I mean, it's not even
someone tried
necessarily a
it.
specific song. It's just the album, the nature of the album, the music, industrial music, to
Oh, even worse.
people who come from a culture with an entirely different um, tradition, aesthetic tradition. You know, they're and in a lot of ways, uh, or in yeah, in a lot of senses, there is even debate as to what degree um, um, music uh, at all is even permitted under Sharia law. So doing that and then using the most extreme um, versions of the most Western expressions of music, you know, um, in it's basically a sensory, it's like the opposite of sensory deprivation, like sensory saturation, right? Stress positions like they had shown, the pictures of forcing them to hold their arms out and stuff, while keeping them in these cages with this, this sort of music playing at um
Very high volume.
at ear damaging levels nonstop for, you know,
Days.
days and days on end. It's going to be, yeah, it's music has been used as a weapon in the past. The FBI did it with the Branch Davidians at Waco. They set up big loudspeakers and kept them up 24 hours. What was it that they played Dolly Parton? These boots are made for walking, and that's
I
just
don't
what they.
remember.
But one of these days, these boots are gonna
I don't
walk
remember
all
that.
over you. The FBI was playing to all these,
Oh
you
wow.
know, Branch Davidians holed up in their compound. Yeah, there's a well-established history of psychological warfare, we'll say, in some cases. It's used in Vietnam too. There were some uh, uh, some sound recordings were
Wondering
created
what email, what
in
information are they trying to
Korea.
get with that song?
No, they were
But
just trying to get him to surrender, get him to give up. I can't take it anymore. Stop playing Dolly Parton. I'll leave the building if you turn it off, please. I mean, a person can only take so much, right? Nothing against Dolly Parton. Um,
um,
I mean, no, really, nothing against Dolly Parton. She's everything I've seen about her. She's
makes
a
takes,
very,
I think.
very
She
interesting
makes
woman.
all kinds of stuff. It's
She,
Dolly.
Okay.
I mean, yeah,
She gives the
um,
books to kids. She's wonderful.
yeah, it's like peak excellence. But yeah. I don't know whatever happened with that invoice that Skinny Puppy sent to the um it may have been kind of timed right there with their new album release to sort of just give them a little boost in the news headlines and stuff, right? I don't
Extra
I
publicity.
I doubt that they ever actually expected to get paid $666,000, but I mean if they did, icing on the cake, right?
It's an interesting number they came to. 666,000.
Very, very intentionally, specifically chosen number
Two
there.
thirds,
Yes,
a
they
million.
it's 666, the number of the beast, Satan, at the end of time, the end of days. In Christian eschatology,
That's also two thirds of $1 million.
I mean, it's shy of two-thirds of $1 million. You need a lot more sixes.
Yeah.
And
You get what
eventually
I'm
a
saying.
seven somewhere allows you to give up, but um,
I have to say their music is really not bad. I
it's
mean,
really
I'm
good. They deserve to go into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. They have been cited as inspiration by so many metal bands that have come after them, 90s on. Tool in particular has really cited. And Danny Carey has actually played drums on tour with Skinny Puppy when they had to have someone fill in. So, I mean, Danny Carey on your tour, drumming for you. That's an honor. Yeah. Um, but yeah,
it
I
kind
mean,
of reminds me of a Nine Inch Nails a little bit, what I can hear over us talking. It's got that
yeah,
same kind of aesthetic.
they
I never
were the
heard of that.
pioneers. They were the pioneers before Nine Inch Nails. Trent Reznor was inspired by Skinny Puppy.
I believe
So
that.
yeah, yeah,
I had not ever heard of them before, so
yeah. Check them out.
I'm listening to it right now.
Well, so could keep doing it. Keep going. Don't stop.
I will continue to listen until my company arrives.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go from here. See you guys later. Everybody out there watching, press that thumbs up button. Make sure you're subscribed so you can know when we go live Saturday
So you know
mornings.
when you can come see
And
our beautiful faces.
there we go. Said by the one and only.
And share. And share.
Yes. Don't want to
Oh, I was
miss
gonna
out
let
on
you keep
Mark's
going.
whiteboard art.
Well, no, not that's
Right.
not